Hi guys. So I discovered this song. Hi guys. I discovered this one just this week. I listened to a podcast of a Ukrainian. It is called Unzip, and it's a Ukrainian musician, but also like a culturologist, the researcher of culture, and he was playing some not all of it was like super old, but some of it was old Ukrainian music. And this one was one of them. And I was like, yeah, I listened to it and it has such an awesome vibe. And also the style, it's like, I don't know, it's like Elvis Presley or something. Um, Yeah, that's good old rock and roll. And this one is about the rebels, about the Ukrainian resistance, the partisans. Well, he sings Чорні хлопці, it's the black boys. So those black boys, I don't know if they call them black boys. Maybe they were wearing black, but they usually operated in the night. So yeah, and the text is written by Andriy Parubi, who was killed by Russians last year. He was one of the Ukrainian leaders of the national movement already in our time. This song is from the 90s, but Andriy Parubi was killed last year, and he was the head of the parliament of Ukraine in some period around, if I'm not mistaken, it was around 7 years ago. So yeah guys, this is a pretty interesting fact about this song and a pretty interesting song. So if you enjoyed it, the link to it is in the description of this stream. Go check it out and listen to it again, because I listened to it already 4 times and I still enjoy it as the first time. Wasn't it awesome? Okay. What am I gonna do right now? I'm gonna give you some news from the last 4 days, and sorry guys, as always yawning. Though I told you I had some pretty deep sleep tonight. Yeah, and even Russians with their ballistics and Shahed drones did not wake me up, so I was lucky to get some sleep tonight. In 43 minutes, we're gonna have the guests joining us. This is gonna be Maksym Eristavi, Yaroslav Savage Sage, and Roman a bit later. So we're gonna have some conversation about the Russian colonialism and imperialism, which is almost the same, but still not the same. So, my friends, buckle up for an interesting stream, but I also just remembered that I need to show you the raffle item once again, right? And once again, this week, today it's going to be for the first time. But to remind you what raffle item we have today, this week in general, but this week ends today. So today is your last chance to buy the tickets for it with your donations. 1 ticket is $10. You can buy as many of them as you want. And here is the patch, one of the most badass patches we had ever. This is the second time I'm raffling this patch. The lucky winner of the previous one was David47. I think Robert Jonesar bought him some tickets back then, and that's how David won it. David, am I right? Please. And what? And I'm congratulating you for getting the first one. That's a pretty awesome patch, an unusual one. So, my friends, keep donating or start donating, because today during the stream we still haven't get a single donation, but before the stream we got a couple. Let me mention them. So after the Free Azov stream, we got $250 from Douglas C. Slava Ukraini. We will always remember the spirit of Maidan. Heroyam Slava. Thank you so much, Douglas, for that donation. Then $33.82 from Amonsky. Thank you, Amonsky, for what is needed, said Amonsky, or Amonsky said. $120 from Johanna. Dear Rick, you can decide where this money goes. This time, all the tickets to me, please. Rick, keep up the good work. Thank you for everything you do. We can never thank you enough. Все буде Україна, слава Україні, героям слава, Йоганна з Фінляндії. Дуже дякую, Йоганна. Thank you very much, Johanna. And yeah, my friends, this is it for now. These are all the donations of today. But we need to raise the usual $3,000 on Sunday, the usual Sunday ones. So let me tell you how much we still need to raise. I'm calculating. $2,586.18 more to raise. So please keep raising, keep donating. Let's keep raising together, okay? I'm sorry, guys, but usually in the beginning of the stream, either I am tired or not, I am yawning. I am not super tired tonight, believe me. It's not a sleepy Rick, but probably not the most energized one. Okay, rollers, you keep donating. This is the raffle item, and I start with the news, okay? Good to see you all in the chat. I see your names, just don't have the time to mention each of you. My head started aching a bit. I got a refund from YouTube. Where can I send that so you get it, Rick? Miriam, send it here today, but maybe as a super chat. If you can, of course, if it works in your country, but because it doesn't work in every country. So if not that, I think gifted memberships still work. And guys, I wanted to ask you to help me get maybe 300 of them today, if possible, because, well, I am still on 1,500 and give me a second, I'll tell you, and $81 this month, and I need to get to 2,000. That means ideally today I need to get like 500 of them, but this is impossible lately, so I ask for 300, and I'll try to get the rest in the next two streams, because that's all I will have this month, because the next Sunday stream is going to be the 1st of March. So if any of you can help me with the gifted memberships and super chats, today is the day. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, the news. Rick, stop talking about the gifted memberships. I try. Thank you, Miriam. Thank you, because, well, I need to get to that average income. Okay, so my friends, let me switch to the news. I mean, to this scene. Okay, this is not the article I need. Here's the article I need. So, Informa Palm reported about an amazing hacker operation that they were involved in or with. By the way, Robert Johnsart, thank you very much for 20 gifted memberships. In the beginning of the stream, thank you so much, Miriam, for €50 super chat. Awesome. So from the 300, only 230 left, guys. Thank you so much, and let me tell you what Informa Palm has written 2 days ago. So, Ukrainian hackers recently monitored Russian UAV operators for more than 6 months and uncovered how Russia is using Belarusian territory to carry out attacks against Ukraine. During the operation, they managed to hack the accounts of dozens of Russian servicemen and gain access to the monitoring systems used by drone operators. During the operation, read that already, sorry. Russia actively used Belarus's civilian infrastructure, including cellular communication towers, to route its drones. And in the article, it's not a long one, guys. I read it, finally, I've read an article. So in this one, they write interesting details, they show the screenshots, and they actually explain what they did. It was a fantastic operation and brilliant result. So here is the link to the article. Please go and check it out, read the whole article. I will just give you some points from it. So Russia actively used Belarus's civilian infrastructure, including cellular communication towers, to route its drones, meaning Shahed and Herbera drones. This made it possible to maintain a stable signal and airstrike targets along Ukraine's northern and western borders. In some cases, drones even entered NATO countries' airspace, and this was not accidental. The operation lasted more than half a year. During this time, a member of operations by Ukraine's defense forces were carried out. Successful strikes on command posts and drone launch sites on Russian territory and in the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine. Strikes on locations of the elite Russian unit Rubicon and other actions that helped disrupt Russia's plans and operations. So not only they monitored all that information and helped our air defense fighting the Russian drones, they also committed strikes on the sites of the drone launches and on the elite unit, the locations of the elite Russian unit Rubicon, the drone unit, one of the most effective ones that Russia has, if not, actually, it is the most effective unit. Not just one of the most effective units. So, give me a second. Yeah, guys, I'll pin the link to this article for a bit, then it's going to be PayPal again. Please go check out the article. It's a great one. They also described, well, not described, they address an important issue that we have in Ukraine. And they made it also as a separate post, and I want to translate that post for you. Thank you very much, Jordi Fella, for 10 gifted memberships. I really appreciate it. So, that means 220 left. Can we do it? I hope we can. Donors are rain for Ukraine, strongest tree of life for the free world. GG. You know they exist. Thank you for that comment. Okay, guys, I need to switch now to the other topic. Well, in this article, there's a lot of interesting stuff. Not long, but very good in describing this operation. So, my friends, the topic that they addressed in this article also, but also separately, is this. They wrote a post, Informal Palm, about the spokesperson of the international intelligence community, Informal Palm, Mikhailo Makaruk, publicly addressed a member of parliament who withdrew from consideration the bill on the creation of Ukraine's cyber forces. This draft law has been waiting for years for members of the Verkhovna Rada to find the time to complete the procedure for its adoption. It looks like sabotage. So, another sabotage in Ukrainian parliament. Who could have guessed, for fuck's sake? Okay, so Ukrainian cyber specialists are effectively operating in a gray zone, conducting offensive cyber operations against the enemy. Most importantly, the creation of Ukraine's cyber forces would would allow for more effective coordination between military and civilian cyber experts. Recently, the media actively reported on a successful cyber operation against Russian attempts to bypass Starlink blocking. This operation was the result of effective cooperation between the volunteer, civilian, and state sectors, essentially built on horizontal connections. When certain members of parliament effectively sabotage the creation of Ukraine's cyber forces for years, it raises concerns that such actions benefit only Ukraine's enemies and prevent the strengthening and legalization of defensive and offensive operations against the aggressor. Yeah, guys. So here's the case. The Ukraine's cyber forces should be created for years now. If I'm not mistaken, it's 5 or 6 years that is stuck in our parliament, and our deputies keep not putting that on vote, just ignoring the topic, even if they have it in their list. They just keep putting it for later, again and again, which looks like a fucking sabotage. Okay, so I'm finished with this topic, but just wanted to once again get amazed and share that amazement, not sure, with you guys. So I hope you also see how powerful the Ukrainian hackers are and how they are usually committing some pretty awesome operations against the enemy, the Russians. Inform Napalm is they are always the leader in this, uniting many of the communities, helping many of the hacker communities. This is a pretty good results. We had 2 donations during the stream. Andreas Lach, $20, rolling together towards spring. I hope it will make things a bit easier. I hope too. I hope spring will make it easier, because this cold, we're already sick of it. And it usually lifts my spirit. And I'm sure it works the same with you guys. It's natural. Thank you, Andres, for that donation. $20 donation, $200 donation from Laura S. Tickets 50/50. Thank you, Rick. Thank you very much, Laura. By the way, guys, Laura won that t-shirt. Remember that Aziza won on the stream with James? Laura won this, and Aziza wanted to win this. Laura decided to give this t-shirt to Aziza, and Aziza already wore that t-shirt yesterday on the stream of hers on the concert. I've been to that concert, amazing concert of Aziza. It's like an acoustic one. She did not have any loudspeakers, and this was a super small bar. Like, I haven't seen a smaller bar in my life. It's like it's like maximum, I don't know, maybe 20 people will fit there, and they're gonna be standing, not really able to move. But it was okay, maybe 30, maybe 40, but yeah, yesterday we had like 15 people there, maybe up to 20 maximum. And almost everyone could still sit, so it's not that bad. Okay, yeah, so it was pretty cool. Also wanted to thank Robert Jonasar for another 20 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, man. That is 200 left to get today, guys. Thank you so much for that. And how much we still need to raise, let me tell you. Minus 20 and minus 200. We still need to raise $2,366.18. Oof, still a lot of money to raise. Okay, so tonight is what? Tonight Aziza won't be able to join us, and I'm not sure that Roman will be able to stay with us for a long time tonight. So there's a chance that I will have to sit during the night alone trying to reach the goal. Help me with that, guys. Alone? I mean, just with you guys. It's not being alone, so it's not the same. That, yeah, so it's cool. I'm not going to be alone here. Okay, so guys, 2 days ago, on 20th of February, we had the anniversary. Sorry, I forgot to tell you one more thing about the previous news. Let me give it to you. So it is also concerning the investigation, well, cyber operation of Inform Napalm and other Ukrainian hackers that they committed. So they wrote this in 2 days. Actually, yeah, in 1 day they wrote this. On February 21st, an interesting public statement was released by Russia's FSB. It's like KGB, the modern one, effectively confirming that the scale of hacked accounts of Russian servicemen has become catastrophic for the Russian armed forces. This became one of the reasons why they rushed to impose restrictions and blocks on Telegram. We haven't even once discussed with you guys the blocking of the Telegram in Russia. And that's going to be the first time. So that decision has already created even greater communication problems for Russian troops on the front line. Meanwhile, after the Starlink shut down and the beginning of Telegram restrictions, the website of the international intelligence community Inform Napalm published data on a series of successful large-scale cyber operations involving IT specialists and hackers. The FSB acknowledges that they are unable to effectively counter Ukrainian cyber experts, and this directly impacts events on the battlefield. It was day 1459 of Russia's full-scale invasion and the occupiers' original plan to seize Kyiv in 3 days. Oh yeah, 3 days, 1459. Today it's 60, I guess. Yeah, 1460. That's insane how many days the full-scale war is already going for. I don't think many people thought that it's going to be going for so long. And yet here we are, helping the defenders for, well, not the whole 4 years, but for 3 years. It's a good chance to reflect and understand how much you have done, guys, how much help you've provided. Thank you for that. Guys, the flow of the nations stopped 13 minutes ago. Can we renew it? It's just the beginning of the stream. Usually the nations are flowing much better at this point. So, well, we'll see. But please keep donating, guys. This is the raffle item. This patch is the patch of the first fire support company of the first separate assault regiment, Da Vinci. These guys are pretty awesome, and we're helping them regularly. Last time they got a Carfree crane truck from us, Toyota Hilux, just about a month ago, and they have sent me another patch, and I'm raffling it right now. So, guys, this badass unique patch can be yours if, of course, you're lucky enough, but only if you also buy tickets with your donations. So let's go raise the money. We still need to raise $2,366.18. Okay, I switched to the news. So you see, guys, Russian FSB is not capable to counter the Ukrainian cyber experts. This is why they decided to shut down Telegram completely, also damaging the communication between Russian forces, who were using Telegram pretty effectively for that. Well, effectively? I would say pretty commonly, yeah. So, next news. 20th of February is the anniversary of the Heavenly 100, the heroes who has fallen during the Revolution of Dignity back in 2013, 2014. So, 20th of February 2014 became the bloodiest day of the Revolution of Dignity. On that day, security forces killed 48 of its participants. In total, 107 people gave their lives for the future of their country. Those we now remember as the heroes of the Heavenly 100. The memory of this lives on to this day. And it was precisely that struggle which made one thing clear. We are not the kind of people who will tolerate actions by the authorities that we do not accept. Exactly. And Ukraine, yeah, sorry, but this image contains blood on it. Sternenko posted this one 2 days ago on the anniversary. He is one of the participants of the events of the 20th of February, and not only that day. And he wrote this. Institutska Street, Kyiv, 12 years ago. On that day, the most mass killings on the Maidan took place by order of the pro-Russian Yanukovych. That same day, Russia began its war. The start of Crimea's seizure of the 20th was no coincidence, on the 20th. So Russians, at the same day when the pro-Russian fucking government was killing the protesters on Maidan, at the same day, on 20th of February, Russia started the seizure of Crimea. Back then, on February 20, it felt like everything was over, and just a day later, Yanukovych fled through Kharkiv and Belgorod to Rostov. Darkness can sometimes seem insurmountable. Insurmountable? That's a new word for me. Sorry, guys. But, so darkness can sometimes seem insurmountable, but it is still weaker than Ukrainians. Pretty good statement. And indeed, he says that on the 20th, it seemed lost. Everything seemed lost, but next day Yanukovych fled. Because Yanukovych got afraid of his own people. Well, if we can say it this way, because to be honest, he was not he was our president, but he was never like part of Ukraine. He never had Ukraine in his heart. He was a fucking Russian mankurt. He's the traitor, the collaborator. Welcome everyone who's joining the stream. I see you in the chat, noticing the messages, but I gotta keep focused on the streams. Thank you for being here. Please don't forget to like the stream and share it with your loved ones, friends, enemies, random people. Please help with that. Thank you. So, yesterday, it was already like tonight, a terrorist attack occurred in central Lviv. There were 2 explosions happening there. So a 23-year-old policewoman was killed, and around 15 law enforcement officers were seriously injured. Today we got an update that the number of injured has risen to 24. According to the prosecutor's office, at 12:30 a.m., a report was received on the emergency line about the break-in at a store located at 20th Danilishina Street in Lviv. After a patrol police unit arrived at the scene, an explosion went off. When a second unit arrived, another explosion occurred. Investigators and law enforcement services are working at the scene. So Russians killed a young policewoman, 23 years old, Victoria Shpilka. Today it was known that it is her who was killed. And Russians are not only killing our youth on the front line, they do it in the rear. And because I think 23 years old is still a youth. It is very young, and it is so unfortunate. She just got married to a police officer last year. Fucking Russians. So here's the video of a terrorist planting the explosives into that trash can. That person, give me a second. So the police have released footage of the moment of the bomb was planted by the terrorist in Lviv. She turned out to be a 33 years old resident of the Rivne region. Acting on instructions from a so-called handler from Russian special forces, the woman manufactured improvised explosive devices and placed them in pre-selected locations. So this 33-years old woman decided to work for Russia. And as you can see, she was detained. And yeah, if only she was detained earlier, but it's really hard to prevent all the terroristic attacks. SBU, the Ukrainian Security Service, is doing the great job in this regard. They really prevented a lot of killings and mass terroristic acts, but they cannot prevent all of them. It's just statistics, you know. It's just like we have it with the Shahed drones, right? You cannot, or missiles, you cannot intercept 100% of the enemy weaponry, and terrorists is also basically the weaponry that they use against our people. So yeah, that's the end of this news. Next one is the attacks on Ukraine this week, and the biggest one was committed tonight. It was at Kyiv and Kyiv Oblast. Russians sent 300 drones and 50 missiles, including 22 ballistic missiles. This is insane. So Zelensky posted this video today. Let's quickly watch it. Never gonna let you down.
2 tickets plus.
Thank you very much, Paul D, for buying 2 tickets. So they attacked not only Kyiv but Kherson region the whole week. And you can see the photos of that. There's Dnipro region. Yeah, the regions that are close to the front line are getting attacked constantly. Sumy region, also entire week. Zaporizhia region. All these are frontline. Frontline regions. By the way, there was an attack also this week on, I think on other regions, but like they are not in this video. I don't know why they were not displayed here. Maybe Russians were striking military targets there. This is why it did not end up in this video. Okay. Yeah, guys, just maybe want to. Okay. By the way, Zelensky about the terroristic acts in Lviv. Zelensky said this today: the perpetrators were recruited via Telegram. The organization of the terrorist attack is Russian. It is hard to choose any other classification. This was clearly a terrorist act, Zelensky said. Cynical and cruel. 2 explosions, the second occurring when emergency services had already arrived at the scene. The Ministry of Internal Affairs, the National Police of Ukraine, and the Security Service of the Ukraine, SBU, of Ukraine without the, will present the details to the public. We have intelligence data indicating that the Russians intend to continue carrying out such actions, such attacks against Ukrainians. Of course, they are planning to keep doing this. My friends, next news is about a strike. So not only Russia is striking our civilians, but we are responding and countermeasuring that with the attacks on their military infrastructure. In Russia, there is a huge plant that is the size of not the city, but the whole fucking town. Just look at this complex. This is Votkinsky military plant, which where they produce Iskander missiles. That's how they call it. Not Iskander. Yeah. So they got a pretty good hit on that plant. Of course, to ruin this whole plant, hundreds of the same attacks as it was committed should be performed and carried out in the future. So there's still a lot of work to completely stop the production of this one. But look at the data that Cyberboroshno got today. This is the Ukrainian intelligence community. They had this satellite imagery. And this is a very huge warehouse, guys. This one is massive. So this one had, so just listen to the description of these satellite images. As a result of the strike on the Votkinsk plant with FP5 Flamingo missiles, so yeah, guys, Flamingo missiles finally started stinging Russian military industrial complex pretty hard. So a breach approximately 30 to 24 meters in size was recorded in the roof of one of the workshops. So just imagine how big that workshop is. If that hole here, you can see it's 24, 30, 18 meters. So this one, okay, sorry, just got. So the height of the damage is uneven, about 24 meters on one side and 18 meters on the other. The nature of the destruction and the configuration of the collapse indicate that the epicenter of the explosion was inside the building, as a result of which the internal areas likely burned out completely, which is pretty good. Pretty good result. Okay, the strike hit building number 19. The galvanic stamping workshop. Within this production section, metal stamping and forming processes are carried out, missile body components are manufactured, and galvanic processing of parts take place. Application of protective and functional coatings surface preparation for further assembly. Damage to such a workshop can have a critical impact on the production cycle, since this is where the basic structure of the product bodies is formed and their technological preparation for the final stages of assembly is carried out. Russians produce different missiles here. It's not only Iskander missiles, different types and models of the missiles are being produced there. I am congratulating all of us with the production of Flamingo missiles, which was destroyed, being renewed at some other place, obviously. And we can see those missiles being used against the Russian military industrial complex. This is very good news. Guys, I haven't been hydrating for these 46 minutes while I was giving you the news. Only 5 minutes left for the news. I want to thank Miriam for 20 gifted memberships. Thank you very much for that, Miriam. I think all 20 of them were given, so today we still need to get 180 of them. That's a lot I'm asking today. Sorry for that, guys. Okay, what else do we have in the news? We have the information from Flash. Flash is the counselor. There he is. Of the Minister of Defense. Flash is an officer of the Ukrainian army, and now he's also a Ministry of Defense, counselor of the Minister of Defense. So he posted these pictures, 3 of them, and he wanted, give me a second. He wanted to inform the Ukrainian society about the situation with FPV drones being dropped from UAVs like Shahed, Herbera, Molnia. There are different Russian drones that are dropping FPV drones. He wanted to describe how the situation is right now, and it's not a short text, but I want to read it to you so you would realize where we're moving. I think this will be a useful information. So please, please direct your attention here and listen. He wrote this: what is currently happening with FPV drones being dropped from UAVs? I believe that all the citizens of the country have the right to know and understand the events taking place, because countermeasures may affect everyone. Our enemy has come up with the simplest way to control FPVs, or rather, not exactly. They adopted this method from us. It involves controlling FPV drones via the LTE mobile network. They realized that FPV drones can be delivered by fixed-wing UAVs to locations where mobile coverage is strong and stable, and then dropped onto targets there. Such a drone is controlled by an operator from Russia, and its flight time lasts literally minutes. For these tasks, Ukrainian SIM cards are used, among others. Are we working on this problem? Yes, literally 24/7 with hundreds of people involved. But you must understand that no matter how... Sorry, guys. No matter how clever the countermeasure algorithms we devise, the enemy will always look for ways to bypass them. Do we respond systematically to the enemy regarding LTE? Of course, we do. The Russians have long imposed restrictions on data transmission services in their own territory. Has that saved them? No. Why do I believe everyone needs to understand what is happening? One possible solution that could influence the process is selling SIM cards only with passports and limiting the number per person. It is a politically unpopular decision and would require legislative changes. A vote in the Verkhovna Rada, but I would adopt such a measure at least for the duration of martial law. This will help 100 sorry, will this help 100%? Of course not. In Russia, SIM cards have long been sold only with passports, yet buying them from criminals or homeless people is not a problem. Will it help at least somewhat? Yes. Imagine that right now any waiter, the person who waits for Russia in Ukraine, a pro-Russian sympathizer can buy 3,000 SIM cards without any problem and send them to Russia. Just imagine how it is happening right now. Selling them by passport would at least partially limit the massive scale of this uncontrolled process. Of course, the enemy uses new SIM cards for its operations. No one is going to run around buying used SIM cards from pensioners for FPV use. Another possible option could be disabling data transmission services in one form or another, but we all understand how painful such measures would be for the country. Unfortunately, friends, this is war. It affects all of us in all the manifestations. Yeah, guys, so there are some regulations and legislations incoming about the SIM cards, and you see now they're not going to be easily sold to everyone. So, my friends, while I was telling you the news, this is it. I did not tell you one. Let me tell you. One more news. Just one more news. I'll do it later. But I need to start inviting the guests. Let me quickly mention the donations we got during the news segment. Cheryl donated $10 and said ticket for James Y Ukraine. Thank you very much, Cheryl. Then $45.09 from Yuka. Yuka Pekka. I think you have the same name here on YouTube, so I can say that. Yeah. Yuka Pekka donated $45.09. Just a little something for you for your important fundraiser. Thank you very much, Yuka. 45 Canadian dollars from Julia Fira. I don't have many words today. Ukraine is always in my heart towards today's goal. Thank you so much, Julia. And $50 from Wella for the Defenders. Tickets to me this time, please. Thank you so much, Wella. And everyone who donated today already. Let me tell you how much we still need to raise. Minus 10, minus 4509, minus... give me a second. I need to quickly message Maksym. Okay, guys, so we still need to raise, let me tell you, I just need to get the Canadian also exchanged. Give me a second. 45 Canadian. So, how many? 45 Canadian is 32.90. Okay, minus 32.90. And was it minus 50 already? Yes. So, guys, we still need to raise $2,228.19 tonight. So, please, buy the tickets for this batch with your donations. Look at this beauty that we have on the raffle today. By the way, the paintings of Aziza are on the auction, and I ask you to place a bid of one painting. 1 hour and 51 minutes left until the end of the auction. Yes. Okay, guys. I will go and invite the guests because I'm already 3 minutes late to invite them, so I need to fix that real quick. Okay. It is easy to fix. Okay. let's go and send this to Maksym, and now this link to Yaroslav. Where's Yaroslav? There he is. Okay. Send the link to both of them, so it's just a matter of minutes when they join the stream. Please be patient. Sorry that it took me 4 minutes to invite them, but it's not that a long time, right? Okay, rollers. Here you have to register all SIM cards. It's good. You see, it's good for your defense, for your future defense, probably, because you still don't have that kind of defense, but it will give you some opportunities. Check Donatello also, Rick. Okay, gonna go and check it. Give me a second. Shelly D donated $20 there. Hi, Rick. Hope you're well. I'd like 2 tickets, please. Thank you, Shelly. You're getting 2 tickets, and that's $20 less to raise. Sorry, 2 tickets, yeah. And $22 from Miriam with no comment. Thank you very much, Miriam and Shelly. Minus 22, so we still need to raise $2,186.19. The donations on PayPal stopped 16 minutes ago. So, guys, I need to ask you to donate there because there's still a shitload of money to raise. Okay, just got $30 more. It's from Kathy S. Glory to the Heavenly 100 and all who have laid down their lives for Ukraine and democracy. Fuck Russia. Tickets, please. Thank you, Kathy. Okay. Maksym is here. And yes, but I don't hear him yet and don't see him too. Now I see him.
Hi.
Hello, Maksym. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Thank you so much for asking me back.
I'm happy to have you back and would like to continue our conversation. If only I remember where we finished it.
Yes, it's. I definitely remember that was a very unusually cool and relaxed to be on your stream. So that's why it's extra nice for me to come back. I'm always happy to do that. And once again, super thanks for your tireless work of fundraising for Ukrainian defenders.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. It is, to be honest, tiring me a bit lately. Let you down. Sorry, I needed
Roughly
to
tickets
sing
for
along
rollers.
with the Rickroll. Robert Johnsar just donated 5,000 hryvnias to the base. This is why that thing played. So Robert said raffle tickets for rollers. Thank you very much, Robert. So that is like $115 less to raise today. Great. I'm going to count that in a bit later. Just wanted to say that, yeah, I just cannot stop. I cannot even give myself a vacation. I was thinking about this on Wednesday during the stream. That I did not have a proper vacation for more than 3 years now, and if I do one, like a good one starts from 2 weeks, right? Because everything below 2 weeks is not really a good vacation that you can switch and rest. But if I pause at least for a week, hello Yaroslav.
Hey guys.
If I pause at least for a week, that means the guys will get the equipment a week later or 2 weeks later, and understanding that a lot of them are standing in line and waiting for that, it's not easy to make a pause, pretty hard.
Absolutely. I'd probably be a terrible advisor since I had never had, as you said, a vacation more than 2 weeks or something, and I definitely didn't have much in the last 4 years. But I hear there is a lot of talk, especially among everybody who's fundraising nonstop in recently about the frustration that you have, and the various absolutely legendary levels of burnout that people went through and probably invented some more. But as some friend from Frontline also reminded me that even Ukrainian defenders are forced to take some of the time off, and that's part of the and that's a part of effective resistance as well. Because burnout after burnout, the the capacity of you to be effective for them diminishes, and that's why sometimes it's important to force yourself to have a bit of a break so you can be better at it
Okay,
when
I'll
time comes.
definitely try to do that this summer. I will definitely try to do that. maybe spring. Okay, so guys, we have Yaroslav joining us. His name on YouTube is Savage Sage. If you okay, I wanted to introduce you to each other, guys. Maksym, Yaroslav, yeah, meet each other. Maksym wrote this book, Russian Colonialism 101. I finally got it. Well, I have it already like for at least a month and a half, and I bought a few copies and gifted it to some of my friends. I still haven't read it, Maksym. I will be brutally honest. I lack time for that, unfortunately. I finally tried to read a book lately, and I've read like 30 pages, but then after that I could not read anymore for 2 weeks. So it's not easy.
Which book was that?
It was the Ukrainian military leadership, how Ukrainians lead, of Viktor Andrushev, if you know this one. Okay, this one I had it before I got yours, so I started with it. So I still did not get to yours. Okay, so
I don't think you will find too much of super new information. There's some for sure, but I personally, I mean, of course, for work and for research purposes, I have to read a lot. But what I found out in the recent years, that it also helps me with mental discipline, like reading, because for the nature, I mean, for every probably Ukrainian, you are bombarded with so much information daily, and you have to process so much, especially in work that you do. Then reading books, especially if it's by Ukrainian authors, or those books that Russia and Russian imperialism worked very hard to erase and erase from our memory, it kind of helps a lot with mental discipline. Like, it disciplines your a bit focus, because it's something that is written not for the feeds, does not really designed to solicit some emotional reactions and rage and whatnot, but actually gives you a bit of opportunity to take a long-term view on what is happening around you, and maybe bring you a bit of kind of centering you a bit as well.
Okay, it's good description of it. Thank you.
It's not a description of my book, just any book in general.
Any book. I got it. I thought you were talking about yours in particular, but yeah, reading in general. Got it now. Okay, Yaroslav has a YouTube channel where he is kind of showing that Russian. Well, how Russians are. I think Yaroslav would better describe his own channel than I am. So, Yaroslav, the mic is yours. Sorry.
Thanks, Maksym. Great to meet you. You wrote a book that's fascinating. I wanna. There was like a title of the book. What was shown on the title? Some kind of doodle. Yeah, what is that?
So the illustration is by Ukrainian artist Serhiy Maydukov, and it's basically those are three stages of Russian colonialism. There, basically, military heads of Russian Empire, then the Soviet stage of Russian colonialism, and then the Putinist, with that red star, and then the double-headed eagle.
Hmm.
And so he turned it upside down, and of course he put a skull of Russian invader in the last one to kind of once again, do it a bit of provocation visual that nothing is changing and we're just dealing with the same shit over and over again. It's just wearing different insignia, but doing absolutely the same, executing the same playbook.
It's a lot of symbolism in that title. How do you call it? The cover page?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, thanks.
How long did it take you to write that? And then I'll tell about my channel.
It's actually illustrated guidebook, so it's not a research, not a kind of your average academic work or anything sort of that. So basically documents 48 recent Russian colonial invasions in the last 111 years. And we worked with Ukrainian illustrators, wartime illustrators in 2022, like more than a dozen of them. So basically, as a guidebook, in one page, it has very short description of each invasion that followed the same playbook. And on the other hand, it has illustration by Ukrainian artists kind of processing it. So it's we talked with Rick, I think last time, that it's inspired by Ukrainian modernists and futurists in a way about this joint storytelling by art and journalism in general. But putting it together wasn't that hard.
Oh, yeah.
There is not. Yeah.
I had to flip it around. Now it makes no
Yes.
sense. Oh, I see that Z. I see the star and the okay, makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it takes, of course, a lot of time now to publish a book in Ukraine in general. And it was not easy in 2022 either. So I think it most took time for publishers to put it together, because we wanted to publish in Ukraine by Ukrainian publisher for the rest of the world to support Ukrainian printing in wartime.
Yeah, and you're right. Ukrainians are bombarded by, and probably not even Ukrainians, everybody's bombarded by all kinds of information from everywhere. And
of course,
yeah, this book in illustration might be a good break from all that information and just focus on the visuals.
That was the hope, that of course that we can take it outside of social media and give people a bit of physical manifestation of that knowledge.
Yeah, my channel is basically targeted towards English speakers, in particular towards the United States, debunking Moscovian myths. I started with debunking like Tucker Carlson and his lies, and then I debunked the Moscovian history and how they appropriated the Russian identity. My channel is the only one, or at least the first one, proving the genocide of Ukrainian nation in English, comprehensively proving it legally. So basically, Western targeted debunking Moscovian propaganda, be it history or anything else. And sometimes I debunk Westerners about that repeat Moscow propaganda too. Like again, Tucker Carlson, Kennedy Jr., and stuff like that. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Good question from Carlito. Not question, but suggestion. Rick, maybe display the book on your stream instead of the drone. Yeah, we'll do that. It's just is opened in the browser, the photo. It's better to have the book there. There's a question from Cheryl to you, Yaroslav. Where in Ukraine are you from, and how did you end up in the USA?
I grew up in Chernihiv. I lived in Kiev. I ended up in the United States because I went to college there, to university, and got a lot of friends and family there. So it's like a really brief story. Yeah.
Okay, so guys, I actually brought you together to the stream today because I think you can help me have a great conversation about the Russian colonialism or imperialism and try to show people what the hell it is and what are the I would say I actually don't have the English word for that. So I don't know. I did not have the plan. As always, I'm not prepared. I don't have the questions, so it's a total chaos here. And just just trust in my ability to keep the conversation. That's all.
I don't doubt that.
So guys, okay, I have a question to you, Maksym. Which of the 48 invasions either strike you the most, or which one do you think people should know about in particular?
I think I regularly get this kind of feedback or maybe even concern with prospective readers, and they come and reach out either online or during book shows, and they're like, yeah, I understand the importance of this book, and I might buy it for some people that I want to be educated, but I'm not sure that I'm going to read it myself, because 48 in 100 years, it seems there's a lot. And as a foreigners, especially Westerners, many just now starting realizing the extent of this evil. And if they're watching what is happening in Ukraine at the moment, with the most documented genocide in human history, and they're already quite shocked and really disempowered, but the sheer scale of what is happening, they might not be very enthusiastic to learn about 47 more examples of the same horrific shit that Russia did to other places in different times. But to all those people, I always try to encourage them still to pick it up, because in those examples, first of all, each and every of them reminds that there was always resistance, and not a single time Russian colonial boots were welcomed in any of those places, and people did put it a fight. Some weren't very successful because they were grotesquely outnumbered in terms of resources and manpower. But there are also several examples where people were successful despite that were outnumbered and had zero chance. Specifically, when Russians were kicked out of the Baltic states twice in 1918, 1919, and then already quite recently during the collapse of the Soviet stage of the Russian colonialism. And of course, Finland in 1930s, that is now serves a huge inspiration for Ukrainian defenders on the front line, being studied, being referenced all the time for that remarkable, innovative resistance that Finns put out. Yes, they did lose 10% of their country in that very unequal fight, but they did preserve their democracy and their statehood. And of course, several others examples of successful resistance against Russian imperial invasions, like once again, the successful fight of the resistance in Afghanistan. Of course, what happened with the country after the Russian imperial troops left wasn't a success on any sorts of scale, but they did make them go away. So I would discourage people to, to look into it for those examples that would encourage to break through this very popular Russian imperial narrative that Russian empire is forever. No, all resistance is futile. There is no point of even trying because we have so much resources. We have so much power, and we've been winning all the time. They haven't, and that's a good reminder right there, even with a span of 100 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the empire will fall, as it says on the second page of the book.
And
Yeah,
where did that number 48 come from?
So I had to limit the span of the focus of this book to just to the last century, for simple reason that, of course, the Russian imperialism is a 500-year-old project.
Mm-hmm.
And there were much more nations and wars that it waged. Moreover, I think the majority of people abroad do not understand that out of these almost 500 years, Russia was in perpetual state of war for over, I think, 378 years. So most of the time, there was, official war declared, but also almost nonstop rebellions by indigenous nations that Russia occupied. But for this specific book, we wanted to focus only on the colonial invasions of sovereign nations that followed a very specific playbook that crystallized around 100 years ago. And it became crystallized because the excuses, the cognitive warfare, the warfare tactics became almost copy paste and repeat after that. So each invasion that Russia then waged for the next 100 years was following the same playbook that before had some elements there and there, but didn't kind of came together up until 1911.
And what's the playbook? I'm curious.
So the playbook, as I described it in the in there, was gaslight, invade, exterminate. And for me, it was important just to break it down as simply as possible for the majority mainstream foreign audience, not to overcomplicate it. But these three stages, the gaslight one is of course related to cognitive warfare, to kind of convince you that Russia has the right to invade, Russia has the right to conquer, whether it's to save you, to liberate you, to fix your
Defend itself, whatever,
or defend itself. So that stage is important one. Then the invasion one would also follow quite the same formula based on the gaslighting, and usually would be always the most effective and successful invasions would be very quick because of that, from several days to several weeks tops. That's another hallmark. If you see the invasions stumbling more than several months, it's already historically speaking not going to be great for Russia. And the extermination part is also very important to highlight for foreigners, that in terms of Russian imperialism, they don't invade just to formally take control of the territory. That means physical and also cultural erasure in many
Russification.
cases. In case of Ukraine, it's Russification, but the impact on local indigenous cultures and total annihilations of some or aggressive rewriting of their history, their identity, or assimilation in case of some, because not all the conquered nations by Russian colonialism were assimilated. Some were just horrifically horrifically impacted by historical rewriting of their roots, and just misshaping their identity.
Or deported, right? I think, yeah, every ethnicity within Moscow Empire eventually faces total Russification. It's just a matter of time.
Yes, and yes and no, because Russian imperialism is also a distinctly and strong white supremacy project. So not everyone has so-called, in the eyes of Russians, privilege of being fully Russified.
Interesting.
Because I mean, if you ever been to Moscow, even up to today, you can see this horrific, aggressive, crass racism that you can see on the streets, where if you don't look certain way, if you don't look so in Russian eyes European enough, you're not worthy enough to be fully Russified and called a Russian person, right? You always be a second class. Even many Ukrainians felt that, despite being, kind of having more opportunities to so-called pass. So that's the Russification and assimilation is a huge point in Russian imperial ideology, but it's distributed not evenly among the nations that Russia occupies or conquers.
Guys, I quickly want to ask both of you a question. It is from a Ukrainian, Dana Kyiv. She lives, and she is from, I also guess, Troyeshina in Kyiv. And she always says it's a city inside a city, a megapolis. She's very proud of that place, of that district of Kyiv. So the question is, why does the West tends to ignore or excuse Russian colonialism up to this fucking day, by the way, guys? So why do you think the West tends to ignore or excuse Russian colonialism? I think it's a question to both of you, and the order, it doesn't matter. You guys may respond to this.
Yeah, I think I have a good answer to that. And hi, Dana. I think it's easy to see why the West is acting like that if we look at ourselves. If we look at whom we elected while already facing the threat, while our territory was annexed, while Moscow has started a war in Donbass. People elected someone who wanted to negotiate with Putin. People lived in illusions in Ukraine. We have to admit that. And the same illusions live Westerners. They don't really know what's going on here. This is far away. It doesn't really concern them. Nobody spends their time researching this. Nobody even in the United States and Europe, nobody even really cares. Like majority, the masses. And a lot of them got even tired from Ukraine. Oh, Ukraine war. Oh, God. So tired. So it's like, it is what it is. People are like that. People always been like that. It's not particularly anyone's fault. Besides, as Vitaly Portnikov says, the vaccine of the Second World War and the vaccine of the Cold War has run out. People forgot how bad the war is. They lost their vigilance. Decadence came in. Comfort took over. Basically, it's the cycle that happens once in a while. The weak men create bad times. Bad times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create bad men. Bad weak people, right? Weak men, not bad. So we are right now in the stage where comfort, good times created weak men. And we are a good mirror of that.
Maksym, what do you think about this?
We did actually a fantastic episode on the Matryoshka Vlies audio show that is based on the book about this is one of the most popular questions, of course, that I have from foreigners all the time. And it's also a very complicated one because that involves a lot of foreigners to look inward and to ask very uncomfortable questions that are not, not everybody's is ready to ask or face. One of the biggest, of course, of all of that is infiltration by Russian imperial propaganda of the Western academic circles, which has been
Mm-hmm.
happening for many decades. If we look at the state, even today, of all the departments that professionally study our region, Ukraine, Eastern Europe, and those, the same departments that inform policy decisions have been informing for generations. They might today still called, Eastern European studies or something like that, but at the core of it, you can see that it's very Russocentric. The studies have been done through the prism of Moscow, often by Russians or by people who haven't learned a single other language than Russian, and think that they can explain Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Georgians by simply knowing Russian, and that they've been in Moscow for a couple of times. So this is all not happenstance, has been there by design, and Russia has been investing in it starting from, Peter First times when they paid very famous Western writers to come to Russia and write, like Honoré de Balzac, write those odes to Russian imperial myths and present the history and nature and the state of the affairs in Russia through the prism, or the imperial prism. And now today, the situation is, of course, getting better, but it's still quite bad. You
Mm-hmm.
cannot imagine how many indigenous scholars coming from lands that have this unique, intimate understanding of Russia, how they face systematic bullying and devalidation of their work just because they say Ukrainian or Kazakh or Estonian, and how their colleagues, Western colleagues, would tell them, oh, you cannot be a credible source of knowledge on your own country because we understand your emotions. You're probably Russophobic or you hate Russia, and that's why your scholar input is not valid enough. So this is still a huge problem that needs to be addressed. The one of my favorite German scholars called Franziska Davis, she recently published quite a bombshell piece in one of the German newspapers on a very well regarded scholar in Germany, Alexei Miller, who is still to the day, despite his very close ties to Putin, he's been his intellectual advisor for many years, created this infamous Valdai Forum, where they would, infiltrate Western experts and recruit them for many years. And despite all of that, he's, up until a couple of years ago, he was on German news all the time, every time they needed some expertise on Russia. And she published a piece as a German scholar, a very good piece, exposing his links, not only to Putin, but also how he used his platform in Germany to promote imperialistic views of Russia as this benevolent power that wants to just educate and make everyone, more
Mm-hmm.
civilized in the region. But she also asked very uncomfortable questions herself, because she said, when I was young scholar in Germany, I thought these are just the state of the things. And I accepted them just because my older colleagues would say, this is how things are. This is how we do the research of this region, and this is how we do things here. So this is a huge problem of it. Of course, there are other elements. We can talk also very long. For example, how during Russian colonial occupation, not a single voice is able to pierce through the iron curtain of ideological control. You know, Ukrainian voices who would not follow the imperial propaganda line not be just allowed to tell their truth abroad and travel and do the proper research and so on and so on. But yeah, this is a systematic problem, and it's not a happenstance. It's there by design.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Very good explanation. And Russians keep actually working in that regard. They keep investing shitload of money, and they don't even need to, do this like very prolonged injection of their so-called culture into different like studies and courses, like as you said, like Eastern European culture or language, all of that. They keep just paying the people they need to pay to make sure that Russians will be promoted and Ukrainians will be discriminated. As it happens with the International Olympic Committee, we all see how the reasons to disqualify Vladislav Hraskevich were just stupid. It was just for the intent to go. They just need to pay certain people some good amount of money, and that's enough sometimes. Or like we see the great allies in European Union, like Orban and Fico, who just need to be paid, be connected. And, guys, talking about money, I just wanted to quickly mention the donations we got. But we still need to get much more. And I remind you guys that today we have on the raffle this badge. This one comes from the first company of the fire support of the first separate assault regiment Da Vinci. So these guys, they got the help from rollers already a few times. And they sent me another one. So I'm raffling it. So guys, this unique patch, a unique shape, and the picture also, in my opinion, this rocket. Do you maybe guys know which one is that? If you're interested in different weaponry, does it seem familiar to you? No answer. Yaroslav?
A mortar?
No, that's not a mortar. That is...
Grad?
Oh, okay. This one looks like Grad, actually. But Soviet Union had this grenade launcher anti-tank called it...
Oh, RPG?
No, SPG.
No, SPG.
Ukrainian military, Russian too, they call it Sapog. So this one is that, SPG Sapog. Yeah, so... This one is one of the weapons they use. This is why they displayed it on their patch. Cool guys, pretty badass warriors, and some of them survived all the full-scale war, and they actually joined the army back in 2014, 2015, some of them. So, real survivors, and you guys have the chance to get the patch, of course, if you're lucky, but if you buy the tickets for it with your donations, $10, each $10 of your donation is one ticket. You can buy as many of them as you want, as always. So let me mention the donations real quick. We got $30 from Kathy. I mentioned that before the guests joined. $22.55 from Carlo. Thank you, Carlo. No comment there, but giving you 2 tickets as always. $20 from Levy. Tickets, please. Slava Ukraini. Heroям Slava. Thank you, Levy. And $56.37 from Rogier. Here's a question from him. Hey, Eric, a question for the honored guests. How do you think the Russian Empire managed to survive while basically all other colonial empires, from the Habsburg to the British, collapsed in the 20th century? You may answer it too, only if it's a good answer, he said. Okay, I'll give the mic to you guys. What do you think? how the Russian Empire managed to survive. Yaroslav,
Maksym?
you seems to be first, no?
Maybe Yaroslav goes first.
Sure. It's really interesting question, come to think of it. I don't have a definitive answer, but I think the reason it survived is because of the people, of the population of the Moscow Empire. It is mentally, emotionally, it is stuck in the 16th century. It failed to actually form a nation. It failed to evolve into a nation, which, as you know, nations were forming in the 18th century, right? When was the French Revolution? 17th century, 17th, 18th century nations were forming. And Muscovites, people of Moscow Empire, they never went through that nation forming process. They never said, like, this is mine, this is my territory, this is my nation, this is my territory, right? So they always stuck in this almost golden horde kind of mentality of there's my ruler, he's like my father, I'm his child, and there were no Moscow Empire never faced humiliating defeats like Germany faced, other countries faced, other empires faced, and because of that, that's probably why they just stayed as they were, because they never faced humiliating defeat. They never had a demand for change, evolution. And actually, this demand comes from defeat and from right. It comes from adversity. So yeah, because it's also Moscow lies on this edge of Europe and edge of Asia. Like it's this gray zone between two civilizations that it was almost like left alone to evolve on its own, removed from equally. And that isolation is probably also what contributed to them being stuck and not evolving.
Mm-hmm. Good one. Thank you.
I actually indeed like the point about the Russia not being a nation in a classical sense. I think is one of the biggest misconceptions that people abroad have, because they very often look at Russia as a nation state, or they compare them to themselves and say, like, when it's a nationality, as ethnicity, or kind of using those regular categories, where in fact it does really help you to understand Russia better when you start understanding that being Russian is mostly about imperial mindset, and it's mostly about imperial ideology, that people can actually buy into it. You don't have to be a certain skin color or ethnicity to kind of indoctrinate yourself into this state of mind. And I love the work that very prominent German Kazakh scholar Dr. Botakos Kasenbekova is doing on studying Russian imperial mindset. And she came up with this term called imperial innocence. And basically, it describes kind of this never-ending repeat loop that Russian imperial society is in, that through generations of Russian rulers, they came up with pretty good formula how to rally public support within the empire for any of the wars that they've waged. And it breaks down to this myth and very deeply ingrained culture of Russians thinking that they're saving the rest of the world. And while they're saving the rest of the world by bringing civilization or education or better living quality or better culture to those people, they're constantly being rejected by it, and they grapple with this question. We want to do good, but we're constantly being punished for it, misunderstood. So she actually showed that through history, the most successful Russian rulers masterfully deployed this imperial innocence concept to rally public support and to ensure that the Russian society feels vindicated all the time and can rally behind their rulers to, support whatever genocide of the day they have in mind to do. But of course, it's not only about mindset. The way how I explained it myself, that it's also, you're right, that Russian imperialism and colonialism stay the longest out of all other imperial systems in human history, apart from the Arab imperialism. So it's the second longest, and definitely for now the longest surviving imperial system and colonial system. And part of the reason, apart from the mindset, is of course insane amount of natural resources. Everybody who looks at Russian map, they can, even with basic education, you can understand that countries of such size do not come together naturally. And these are all hallmarks of empire, but they also control the indigenous lands, where they keep stealing mercilessly natural resources for hundreds of years, and there's still a lot of there to steal, from fossil fuel to all natural resources to rare minerals that now become extremely valuable. So it just generates lots of money, and we can still see it to the day. When you look now at the stories about who is fighting in Russian imperial army at the moment, who is killing Ukrainian at the moment, over 60% of those people are there for paid contracts. This is not like many foreigners abroad think that those are poor, poor soldiers who are drafted by force and brought to Ukraine to execute those genocidal orders. No, those people are mostly paid volunteers who came for money, because Russian state is still able to pay handsomely their impoverished population. And this is just a very good business for Russian citizens to kill Ukrainians in this war. That's why they're still, left without major mobilization waves and can keep Moscow and St. Petersburg and other big cities unaffected by recruitment on such scale, because it's, it pays off to control so much land and so much natural resources. And of course, pays off to have other countries who are willingly buying those cheap resources. As we speak, Russian shadow tankers are still shipping oil and other natural resources all around the world, from to India to China to whatnot, generating billions in revenue every year.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. Yaroslav, do you have something to add maybe to this? Or expand, or maybe, I don't know, debate what Maksym said?
I agree. I think the formula also hasn't changed. Them taking resources. It started with fur. They were trading fur for Western technology, Western wealth, and then with that Western wealth, they go and conquer weaker countries. And this is the same formula 500 years in a row. Now it's not fur, it's oil. What was before oil? Between fur and oil, I wonder. There's got to be something. It's just the
Well,
same.
it still was natural resources when the industrialization kicked in. So it was ore and, all those
some others.
coal. Yeah, of course. And oil started quite early as well. So
Yeah, so until probably that chain is broken, it's gonna keep doing that.
Wood.
And I wonder,
Good point
with
in the chat. Sorry to interrupt you, Yaroslav. Marek, nobody said wood. One of the resources that they traded probably was wood. Yeah, good point. Sorry, please continue, Yaroslav. Interrupting
yeah, I
you.
wonder if the role of Moscow Empire is gonna, because I want to contemplate about the trajectory where it's heading, And Moscow Empire is obviously heading to degradation, to technological degradation, like Hamas-like style warfare. We already see that on their horses and Zhiguli and other stuff. So I wonder, the rare earth minerals becoming higher and higher in demand, lithium, and especially the new AI needs more energy, data centers. I wonder how that's going to play off in the future, that Moscow Empire has so many resources.
Is it a
Has
question?
there been a historic precedent like that?
Do you think they will be able to really effectively mine that and reproduce, if I may use this word? What
They might become, they already are in regard Chinese vassal in that sense.
Mm-hmm.
But I wonder if other Western nations who would want to start trading with Moscow Empire for those resources.
That's what you're talking about.
And the cycle would start again. Feed them.
Good point.
I think that kind of new kind of world that we're living at the moment, and entering, where the that kind of behavior can be rewarded with additional contracts, as we saw with some in America being very enthusiastic about signing some huge trade deals with Russia, as a way to convince Russia for a ceasefire in Ukraine. I think, of course, part of it is very pragmatic, in terms of that Russia is still in control of so many stolen indigenous natural resources, not only fossil fuels, but indeed rare materials, rare minerals as well. I, as you mentioned, Rick, in the beginning, that indeed the book opens with the phrase that the empire will fall because they all do fall. That's a natural cycle of every empire. That's just a historical fact, and that's going to happen to Russia as well. However, recently I've been really cautioning people against maybe batting on that fall, natural fall, because it's definitely happened, but it might happen like in 100 years, or we don't even know how much decades or generations it will take for natural course of events to lead to that. And part of the reason that the Russian Empire stands there for 500 years is also their capacity to reinvent and reimagine themselves and adapt. And that adaptation doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be the most innovative, but it kind of helps them to find some solutions and then scale them up as hell at right time of in right circumstances. Like, for example, we can look at the Ukrainian battlefield at the moment, and we can see for sure that this absolutely amazing technological innovation that is happening thanks to Ukraine, and Ukraine became the most innovative force that is defining the future of warfare at the moment. And everybody's wanted to learn from it, and everybody acknowledges it at this point. But Russia, despite their shortcomings, is innovating as well. And in many regards, it is not as good as Ukraine, but it's much better than most of the NATO countries for sure at the moment. They do understand what is modern warfare is like. The success of Shahid drones and the technologies that they do not, let's just say, they do not come up with many innovative technologies, but if they strike some success, they are able to replicate and scale up very fast, to the point that Shahid drones now became a staple of warfare. That wasn't the case 2 years ago, even, just because this is the biggest case study for how still, even with all the limitations when it comes to modern warfare, Russia is able to innovate somehow. So all I'm saying that Ukraine and Ukrainian defenders are providing us this very unique opportunity, very narrow window where we can together speed up the end of Russian Empire and disintegration. But that window is narrow, and of course, it's not impossible to achieve it. Uh, Ukraine just on her own, without proper sanctions, without all that very simple to-do list that Ukrainians have been, know each Ukrainian know it and have been carrying with them, for 4 years. But yeah, I think this is a bit of a kind of a danger to sometimes to think that, you know, we will see it, Russia disintegrating on its own within our lifetime if nothing is to be done and it's going to be on natural terms.
Yeah, let's hope we see that in our life times. There are a few questions in the chat that I had for you guys. For example, Carlito asked it, how do we reach the West so they are not doing the same thing that is happening at the Olympics and Paralympics right now? What do you think? How do we reach the West so they are not doing the same thing that is happening on the Olympics and Paralympics right now? If you want to address this one, of course, guys.
How do we reach Ukrainians in 2019 not to vote for Zelensky?
Well, question to question, right?
I think the Paralympics and Olympic Committee, well, first of all, those are institutions that are known for generations of corruption, right? So they turned into these clubs where any tyrant from anywhere can pay and get, their music played. I mean, FIFA, of course, is one of the grotesque examples of how it happens. But Olympic Committee, Paralympic Committee, they've been in the same category for a long time. I mean, as Ukrainians seeing 2014 Sochi Olympics, of course, we know that any tyrant, including Russia, can pay whatever they want and do whatever they want within those institutions. That they don't carry any moral weight, and then don't represent Olympic values haven't been representing for a long time. That's for sure. And judging from the reaction, I think for most of our friends abroad, I think the majority of people in the free world would, definitely agree with it. But if I may not like really linked it to these stories with Olympics, because once again, from studying Russian imperialism as long as I do, this is a very clear pattern for me of cognitive warfare. Every time they fail on an actual battlefield, they try to activate every asset possible abroad to drag Ukrainian credibility, to humiliate Ukrainians, to activate any friend they have whatsoever, or you cannot call them friends, but whatever they are, to try to influence and to bring down morale of Ukrainians somewhere else. If they fail on the battlefield, they will bomb your civilian areas, and they do that kind of shit. But in 2022, that would be a kind of credible question. Lots of Ukrainians were trying to address. How do you interest foreigners to pay attention or to stand in solidarity or help Ukraine? Yaroslav is right that for geography still matters a lot. So people who live too far away, in places like America, Latin America, have been recently to East Asia. It does matter that if it's happening so far away, it's hard for people to really, motivate themselves to understand why they need to pay attention and why they need to act. But I think in 2026, the situation is completely different. I don't think we need to motivate, especially Europeans, to kind of pay attention and do something. And if they don't, that's quite suicidal behavior that you cannot be responsible for, as people like choose delusion over self-preservation. We're already having Russian drones swarming over European cities, European airports. We have the infrastructure sabotage on unseen levels. The Russians doing cyber attacks on the critical European infrastructure. The Russians are trying to hijack democratic elections, just breaking down electronic voting systems. They are already at state of war, and they openly say that they're gonna move on from Ukraine to somewhere else, or they even may abandon Ukrainian battlefield because invading, say, Estonia or Poland is going to be much easier, as we've seen. When Russian drones last summer invaded Polish airspace, and it took first hours for Polish air forces to mount any kind of response. And when they shoot down Russian drones, what's the shoot rate was? 21%. If Ukrainians had the success rate of 21% shooting down Russian drones, Ukraine wouldn't be a thing anymore by this point. So those guys are absolutely ridiculously not ready. And Russia does not need as much resources or as much time to cause cascading chaos failure in Europe. And they definitely know that they won't see the same kind of resistance they're seeing on Ukrainian battlefield. So I would ask, rather Europeans, especially Europeans, but Americans as well, who are also military not ready for Russian-Chinese offensive, whether they want to choose delusion and just, pretend that it's some isolated war somewhere far away, or they actually start integrating all this Ukrainian knowledge ASAP, learning from Ukrainians how to fight a modern warfare, learning from Ukrainians what is Russian imperialism, what is Chinese imperialism, how it operates, what it does already now, because I don't think they have that much time left.
Well, some do, but usually it's not like a policy of a country, right? To kind of face that completely and get ready now, and not when it's already going to be a strike.
Have you seen
It's really
this
hard.
ridiculous news? I think it's still lots of details are emerging from the shared war games between NATO countries and Ukrainians.
Oh yeah, of course.
It happened, I think, in November or October. And even Ukrainians were shocked how NATO troops were decimated within short period of time. And those, when we talk about military cooperation, this is kind of the biggest successes at the moment, right? There's a shared production between Ukraine and European countries. There's exchange of knowledge, but they're still looking at Ukraine as a case study that they think they have time to learn and study and make their own policies and maybe build their own tech. They don't have that time. If Ukrainians, of course, arguably the most experienced army in the free world at the moment, if Ukrainians still, with all their care and politeness, were able to decimate even the war games, the most experienced NATO troops at the moment, I don't think that Russians will be or Chinese will be as forgiven. And this terrifies me, how people are just completely ignoring this.
Yeah, Yaroslav, do you have something to add to this?
Yeah, coming back to that question of how we can influence the West, I think the only solution might sound pathos. It's love. Love is contagious, and it's the only thing that can pull people out of their delusions or wake them up, in a sense. I've seen many cases. In particular, there was one Korean who came to Ukraine and who started helping Ukrainian fight, and I listened to his interview and like, so why did you come? And he said he was traveling in Czech Republic and he was passing by Ukraine embassy and he saw those photos of Ukrainian like fighting, Ukrainian soldiers, Ukrainian families. He got inspired by that and he came to help. And there's been dozens of cases like that. You know, this Japanese old guy in Kharkiv donating food.
Mm-hmm.
Also, so and if we follow the chain, there was a photographer who was passionate about photography. There was an ambassador who was passionate about sharing what's going on. He like you see the chain of command, see the, not command, but like how many people were involved. And I think if each of us does what they love, what passionate about, and contributing what they can to stop this evil, I think this could be contagious and this could spread. Obviously, you can never force somebody and shake someone to wake up and see the threat. And just recently, I think I did my little drop. I worked 2 months on a video addressing specifically American people to see that the fight in Ukraine is actually the same fight for freedom that they had 250 years ago. My recent video on the channel is about that. I visit historical places in the United States and I basically explain the history and I show how the fight continues today. So yeah, that's that, I think. And regarding the NATO, one crucial component was that NATO aviation was not involved, which is their main pillar of their war doctrine is aviation. They clear the skies first and then they do the operations. So that was I wouldn't panic because of that. It clearly shows that European armies are not ready for the drone, but with the aviation they still have a couple years to catch up, I think. It seems like.
Well, I think from what I'm kind of, it's absolutely just personal observation. It
Yeah.
doesn't mean that it's true in any way, but from what I've been recently, seeing and witnessing from inside, and talking to defense people here in Europe, that I definitely see that there is a growing understanding of how not ready the European defenses are when it comes to the capacity that even Russians have and Chinese have. But sometimes I have this suspicion and concern that still a lot of people think that and only about resources, and they missed the much bigger important picture that Ukrainian innovation on the battlefield happened most and foremost because of the mindset that allowed that innovation to thrive. And if they're not looking into the reasons how Ukraine ended up in the place of being the most innovative army in the world, and how that innovation was allowed to thrive on the battlefield, and why, and what's the cause was within how the army was structured, was the role of civil society, what's the role of societal resilience, how much was invested in cognitive resilience as well. There are a lot of factors out there. So I feel like this is often is missed, especially as we're experiencing defense tech boom in Europe, and everybody is excited about new technologies and supporting new startups and everything else. This is, for me, is the largest, most concerning missing picture in all of these conferences, talks, and meetings, and the comments that both more traditional defense people have and those who are coming from defense tech field. So, and that's not something you can learn for like a year or two, especially not in Europe. So my kind of concern that they understand that they need to integrate Ukraine and Ukrainian experience as fast as possible. And that's the only kind of timeline that they have at the moment. Because if they start studying and learning, we all know Europe, it will take another 20 years before something good will come out of it.
Yep.
But once again, that's my personal kind of concern or an anxiety, I would say. Not necessary. It's absolute right way to assess the situation.
Guys, quickly wanted to mention the fundraising. We were stuck for 40 minutes. We had no donations. So please, we still need to raise $1,918.39 tonight, and I don't go to sleep until we reach that. So please donate. Keep donating. And also, Aziza could not make it here today. She would love to meet you once again, Maksym. She regretted it, but she's traveling from Kyiv back home to Odessa Oblast tonight. We have her painting on the auction tonight, and only 40 minutes left until the end of the auction. So, guys, you have the chance to place a bid. Maksym, I sent you the link to the painting so you
Yes.
could see it. And I want to send it to Yaroslav too. Give me a second. Yaroslav, you're next to get it. Here is the painting. So this painting is called Where There is a Hammer and Sickle, There is Death and Hunger. And of course, Aziza meant one of the iterations of the Russian Empire, which was Soviet Union. And let me show that painting to all of you guys. You have 40 minutes. Yes, the current bid is $600. It's already a pretty big sum of money, so you need to outbid that, but you will get some very impressive art there.
Can I encourage people a bit?
You should.
I'm very saddened that I won't see Aziza tonight, because, guys, I want to let everybody know that she's one of my most beloved Ukrainian artists at the moment. Her art is absolutely fantastic, not only visual art, but what she's doing with music and visual performances. One of the most interesting artists to tell a story of Russian colonialism and imperialism through art. As someone, she's coming from Crimea, someone who's very intimately knows herself what Russian colonialism means in practice, and the kind of a devastating cultural erasure that it wrecks everywhere it goes. So I cannot really encourage you to invest in that. It's just a definitely must have, and my personal favorite, one of best artists that Ukraine has at the moment. So
Thank you, Maxim. Very
huge
complimentary.
endorsement.
Thank you. It was great. That matches my feelings about Aziza and her art. So basically how I admire her and how I'm in love with her art, music, all of that. I told you last time, I guess. But yeah, who knows? Maybe from other indicators. Maxim told
Oh
me.
my God! I see this. There's a artwork dedicated to Crimean Tatar poet
You know the
Yunus
poet?
Kandin. I've never read him, just for a very simple reason, because I don't know if a lot of people abroad know, but the devastating effect on Crimean Tatar Krimili culture by Russian colonialism is much worse than on Ukrainian culture. So a lot of especially modern poets and writers, lots of translations didn't survive. Lots of original copies didn't survive, even in Kirill language. So now, for example, it's very hard to find a translation of anything that even not digitized when it comes to really classics. And of course, there's some translations are happening into Ukrainian language recently, but very few. So I just didn't find any translations, and I don't know, unfortunately,
Mhm.
Kirimli. And this is my kind of would be dream to see any of his, kind of work um,
Wow.
in a
Actually,
good translation.
I think it's a great idea for Aziza to, because she learns Crimean Tatar language. She is not fluent in it. She is like trying her best to get fluent, but she understands it, and she could definitely, with some translators, with some teachers' help, translate some of his work. She called that painting Yusum Kandim, it is, right? Yes.
Yunus Kandem and me. Yeah.
Yunus, not Yusum, yeah, sorry. Yunus Kandim and me, because she says that she sees a lot of similarities between him and herself. That
Oh, that's beautiful.
they actually are similar in many things. And that one went to Aussie Bin Chicken. We still haven't sent it. It will take a bit
Oh,
of time. But Michael won both paintings last week, and you see it's his bid on this Soviet Union plague painting. So he has the chance to win it today. A big chance, because the other hunter for Aziza's art, Gabriel from Austria, he is not here today, and he may miss his chance to place a bigger bid. Who knows? Maybe he's waiting for the last moment to do that. He's done that before. Okay, it is. I know that Maxim told me he is here today for only 1 hour. This is why I don't want to keep him too long, because I already kept him here for 15 minutes longer than than he wanted to stay. So thank you so much for
yeah.
joining us.
I always wanted to stay much longer, and that's always a huge pleasure and a kind of a small therapy to join you for the second time. So hopefully, I'll have more opportunities.
Would be cool.
Always happy to come back. And once again, thank you endlessly for all the work, tireless work that you do on fundraising.
Thank
And
you,
I
Maxim.
can only encourage people to just help you along, because it's definitely worth it, and it goes all the time to the right people, saves actual lives. And thank you so much for taking time to report where it goes, show the faces of people who are actually getting that empowerment every time. Those are terrific videos, and always love to share, and because people need to see that there are actual people, actual lives to be saved. And your work is very important in helping that.
Thank you, Maxim. I appreciate that very much. Yaroslav, before Maxim went away, maybe you have something else to ask him or tell
It's
him.
too bad, Maxim is very knowledgeable on this subject. I wanted to contemplate about the trajectory where everything's heading and how Moscovia would potentially collapse. Would Putin die of natural causes or would not? Quick question, I guess. What is your bet?
My bet that I don't care, because it's not Putin's war, it's Russia's war. And whoever today's Putin, tomorrow is someone else to pick up the same kind of job, because the end goal should be the end of Russian empire per se. Otherwise, we'll just be dealing with the same shit over and over and over and over again. So, but Yaroslav, it was a great pleasure also meeting you and learning about your work. So hopefully we will have more time to, next time to chat. And Rick, thank you for building those bridges.
Likewise.
Like,
Thank you.
I'm happy to do that. Thank you, guys.
Okay, guys.
And thank you,
Slava
Maxim.
Ukraine.
Heroям slava.
Slava.
Bye. Yaroslav, you have a bit more time for us, right?
Yeah, I have another up to an hour.
That's good. Okay. So, if you excuse me, I need to use the bathroom real quick.
All right.
But I have a question for you from the rollers while I'm going to be gone. So, do you have an opinion? It's from Kathy S. Which Russian captive state colony has the best potential of trying for independence, if any? Is it a question that you think you would like to answer?
I'm not that knowledgeable on inner Muscovian colonies. However, it's pretty clear that those where ethnic population is majority, not Muscovites,
Hmm.
not so-called Russian, right? And we know this is Sakha Republic. We know this is Chechnya. We know it's no, not Dagestan.
Dagestan,
So, but the bottom line is that there's not a lot of them. Majority of Moscow Empire is already ethnically majority Muscovites, and Putin did a really, how to say, a good job by oppressing oppressing the minorities. I know personally someone whose parents are Meria.
Medan country, northern Chimsep, by the way.
Meria, yeah. So her great grandparents speak Finno-Ugric language, Merian language, but her parents and her don't speak it already. So we're for the last 30 years, we went through 2 generations of entire nations. Like I think it was like, don't remember exact who's, but I was looking up 30,000 of them, and now there's like 500 of them.
Mm,
There's literally, we're witnessing right now entire ethnicities dying out.
yeah. And Dana mentioned Tatarstan. In Tatarstan, they still speak their own language. I know that Russification is present there, but it's one of the states where it was like either softer than in other places, or maybe it did not succeed to completely suppress their language. Because I know a lot of Tatars still, and a lot of captives proved that on the interviews with Zolkin and Karpenko. They speak sometimes Russian poorly, and they ask them, what about your own language, the Tatar language? And they say, we still speak it a lot, and like we even like learning it in school. Then they ask them, and what about mathematics, for example? What language do you have mathematics in? They say it's Russian, of course. So yeah, it is not. They are. What do you think about Tatarstan? But I will be back in 2 minutes. I really need to take the bathroom break. Thank you.
Seems to be.
But I'm gonna listen to you, by the way, here.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, Tatarstan seems to be a candidate for separation if the empire, once the empire going to be breaking apart. So, but again, it's a question of time when it's going to be. Let's see if there are more questions in the chat. Mm-hmm. Yeah, when Russia's sending money to Chechnya. The cat is 5 years old. Let's distract with my cat. If you'll come here. I've been living in the United States since like 2008. On and off, I've been traveling a lot. Thank you. Carlito IS. Thank you. I don't see the chat attached. No, not yet. I'm working on a project trying to predict the future trend.
Okay, I'm back. Ichigo, right?
Itachi. Close
Itachi.
enough.
You see, I
Yeah,
last time I said Ichigo too, so it's like
probably. Yeah.
my brain always wants to say that. Very beautiful Maine Coon. How heavy or light is he?
It's 7 kilos.
7 kilos.
Yeah.
But I think for Maine Coon it's like good shape, right?
It's pretty. Yeah, it's pretty light.
Light.
They get much bigger.
Yeah, I can imagine, especially if some uncontrolled food consumption is involved, right? As they sometimes can be. I mean, cats, not Maine Coons. I don't know much about Maine Coons in particular. So,
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you about your last video about the comparison of United States war for independence and the. Sorry, there's a question in the chat distracted me a bit. The war of independence and our war right now. But, before that, I want to mention the nations and tell people how much we still need to raise. So, after I told you guys that we did not have donations for 40 minutes, Kathy immediately donated $20 and said, very interesting conversation, thank you. Tickets for James Y. Ukraine. Thank you, Kathy. Then $10 from Wizard of Ooze, and he is a quote man. He put a quote here today too under his donation. This one is next. Human beings who are almost unique in having the ability to learn from the experience of others are also remarkable for their apparent disinclination to do so. Disinclination. Do you know this word, Yaroslav?
Probably opposite from inclination.
Inclination, but
repulsiveness.
I forgot what inclination means. That's the problem.
Inclination, attractiveness. I'm inclined. I'm more likely to do something, I guess.
Okay, thank you. Douglas Adams, Last Chance to See, 1990. Okay, let me read that one once again. Maybe I understand it. Human beings who are almost unique in having the ability to learn from the experience of others are also remarkable for their apparent disinclination to do so. I think I almost got it. Did you get it?
Too complex. Gotta process.
Yeah, especially for me, if I'm not a native speaker, it's hard to understand that even from the second try. Sorry, Wizard. But thank you so much for your donation. And the third donation we had, it's $21.71 from Terence Salve. Looks like an interesting book. Indeed, goes well with the deportation of Crimean and assimilation of multiple tribes and nations. RF didn't ratify UN DRIP in 2007. Facts matters. RF will be judged by their actions, not lies. For a free Krim. Thank you very much, Terence. For that, thank you, Martin Bisick, for 10 gifted memberships. Before that, there was 10 gifted from Thomas Patterson. Thank you, Thomas. 5 from Cass. And I thanked everyone before that. Thank you, guys. So, as for the gifted, that is what? I had a small goal today of small goal, 300 of them. 155 left, guys, if you can. Please help me reach the average income this month. Thank you. Okay, wanted to also invite Roman Trokhymets to the stream because he wanted to join today, and I actually told him that it's going to be 11 p.m., but it's already 11:34, so slacking. But he is pretty busy there. He will tell us today where he was. So I think it's okay for him. Anyway, send him the link. So, Yaroslav, let's please talk about your video. Sorry that it took me so long to get this.
Oh, good. All good.
All good? Okay. I only forgot to tell people how much we still need to raise today, so give me a second. Did I have 20 here? Yeah, already. So, guys, we still got a raise today, $1,866.68. Today, the fundraising is going slowly. But we'll get there one way or another, sooner or later. It can be 5 a.m., but I hope not. We still have an auction finishing soon. Okay, Willow Tree placed a bid for Aziz's painting, $700. So we actually have the new bidder there. Thank you, Willow Tree. Guys, anyone wants to outbid the Willow Tree? Look at this, $700. 18 minutes left. So if you want to outbid and get Aziz's painting this week, you gotta be fast. Sorry, Yaroslav, but some things should be reminded.
It's all right.
One
Take
more
your time.
Yeah. Okay. I think I'm done. So to not spoil or give a spoiler for your video too much, maybe you describe it in general. Maybe just without giving a spoiler to the key points, or just what do you think? How could you talk about this without actually showing a?
I don't think I
the
get
video?
spoiled by talking about it because it's. I think that video is an experience, both visual and audio. I try to make it top quality, and it emphasizes my my inner drive to speak to Americans and to kind of nudge them to start waking up. It seems like they're repeating the history, and they're going through the past of exalting all their options until doing the right thing again. And I have a lot of ideas what to talk about them, and approaching them through their history and showing them that this is the mirror. And Americans are very how would I say it? Very set on their freedom, on their rights, on constitution. And I wanted to share to in that video, I wanted to kind of say that that this is the values that we have in common, and we do have that in common. Especially like in state of New Hampshire, live free or die. We have that, vola або смерть.
Yeah.
The slogan that I say at the end of the video, Sic semper tyrannis, all tyrants will fall.
Hmm.
I think it's amazing. It also loops back to that all empires will fall. And the state of Virginia, their flag has that amazing coat of arms with the, you got to look it up, state of Virginia flag, where this virtue of freedom stands upon the dead tyrant. It's actually so brutal, so lethal that artificial intelligence don't want to generate an image like that because it's literally violence. But Americans are like that. So in that video, I try to nudge them to wake them up and see that, hey, this is the same fight, and that, hey, it's going to affect you, and hey, that history is repeating. Those are kind of my main points, and I introduce Ukrainian nation a little bit to them too. As Andrew Maksym was saying, that we are underrepresented. Muscovites, they've been bribing, buying out, and Ukraine was left in the backside all the time. So that video is also my attempt to expose some of Ukrainian culture to Americans, being like, hey, I showcase that we have 1,000-year-old history. We didn't just appear from nowhere. And yeah, that was my attempt. And now my baby is out in the world. Let's see how it does.
Guys, I sent the link to the chat to that video. You can see it on the screen also. 1775, 2022, same fight. What Americans must hear about Russia, Ukraine, and the war. I'm gonna watch it tomorrow too. Just discovered it today and it was a bit too late. I was already busy, couldn't watch it. Are you a history major, Yaroslav? A question from Cheryl.
No, not history. Not at all. History is just a great tool to explain and make sense of what's going on. Nothing happens for no reason. This universe is causal, cause and effect. What was the cause of this war? History has the answer.
Yeah. So many times, same shit over and over again, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it always has the answers. Thank you, Levy, for 5 gifted memberships. How have you been lately in general, Yaroslav? How's life? How's the mental health, considering the war is ongoing, but also you live in the United States. You guys have your own war there. Of course, it's not like not everyone is getting involved in that, but Trump is affecting life of every American, I guess.
Yeah, he is. It's I think the news that Europeans get about United States is distorted. I think like in Europe, people hear only like the most extreme cases. Obviously, most extreme case of like Ukrainian refugee being murdered, right? But the same happened in Europe. In Germany, Ukrainians were murdered. So gotta keep the cool head and gotta understand that majority of Americans actually support Ukraine, and only I would think about 20% really like don't support Ukraine. Majority do, and it's been shown in the polls. So I think yeah, the frustration with Trump is growing in the United States, and it the worst case he's going to be gone in 3 years. In the best case, he's going to be gone next year because the American people have the power to fire him.
And you think there's no risk that he will completely suppress the deep state and takes the whole power into his hands and stay there,
No.
or keep his people there forever?
I think this is a misconception about the United States because Trump does have authoritarian tendencies, but he's still acting within the Constitution. He's still acting within the law. Yeah, he's twisting it, he's stress testing it, but he's still acting within the law. And like one of the good cases, he point blank said the elections in 2020 when Biden was elected that they were rigged without any evidence. So yeah, the American, you know how they say America has this beautiful checks and balances. The system of government is being stress tested by Trump, but I have full faith in American system of government that it will survive. Just recently, we saw how Supreme Court has said that Trump's tariffs were unconstitutional. This is precisely the checks and balances that is happening. Soon in November, we're going to have elections to Congress. We'll see how those will go, and if I mean, there are chances that Americans might be fed up with it, and the Congress has the power to fire him. So we'll see. Trump has to play by the law.
Well, we'll see if he will, because even with those tariffs, when they recognize them not constitutional, he went public and said something that was not really true. So they all went down to 10%, but next day he said, I will make them 15%. So maybe he's just talking, maybe he's not doing any of the shit that he's saying. After this, that was recognized unconstitutional. It's hard to understand or at least understand right there what of what he said was done and what is just talking. That's the problem. Hi, Roman. Can you hear us? Or at least me? Oh, okay. You won't even say hello?
Yeah. Hi, guys.
Howdy.
Hi, Yaroslav.
Hi, Roman.
You did not
I
meet.
said Yaroslavs because it's both.
Right. Yaroslav. You did not meet before, or did you?
No.
No.
Okay.
Have to introduce us.
Meet now, yeah. Yaroslav is fighting debunking Russian propaganda on his YouTube channel. He is in the United States right now. Roman, where can you say where you're now? I think you can.
But
not a secret. So yeah, Roman is in UK right now. He's a veteran. Now he went there to advocate for Ukraine.
Fantastic.
And I think he has a lot to share about that today.
Just wanna say hi, rollers, and carry on, guys, because erupting when some guests appear on the Rick stream.
Well,
such a British expression. Carry on. It's neat.
Yeah, few here, you know. So,
keep calm and carry on.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. Roman, I can quickly tell you about the fundraising. Just got another donation, $20 from Keith Kane. Great stream and conversations. Thank you for joining us today, Yaroslav, Maksym, and Roman. Can anyone match us? Tickets to rollers? Героям слава. So guys, let's play the match game. Match Keith and Melissa with $20 or more, because we still need to raise $1,846.68. And okay, it's just 12 minutes left until the end of the auction, so it should be easier after someone wins the painting of Aziza. We will be much closer to the goal. The current bid is $700 by Willow Tree 76, and only 7 minutes left. So, not 12, 7. Yeah, indeed. So you keep placing bids if you have the means, guys. Well, Roman, we kind of finished, I think, because Yaroslav, he said that he believes that American, how did you call the system or
American government system.
government system? It will not let Trump stay in power forever, and it will make him play by the rules. Anyway, and I said that anything. I just asked because I don't know much, and I don't. I'm not showing myself an expert when I'm actually not. When I don't know much, I just think that anything can happen. But since Yaroslav lives in the United States, probably he knows some of that shit. How yeah, he should definitely know better than me. And Americans in the chat also believe in the fact that Trump will not succeed in completely taking the power and just suppressing all the systems, governmental systems in US. I don't know if we should keep talking about that. Only if you want to add something, guys. If not, let's switch the topic.
I'm fascinated by American system of government, and if you look in the past, Americans went through a lot of troubles. Actually, the whole history is full of troubles and turmoil and quarrels and stuff like that. And I think the history will repeat itself one more time, and Americans will come save the day for the third time after exalting all other option. Just seems like it comes down to that. There's a joke among Americans. They are back-to-back World War champions.
Yeah. Glenda in the chat, she's from Texas. She says, anything can happen for sure. More Republicans are seeing the light and voting against him. Okay, that's good. Would be awesome if it will come true. Hey, Aziza is in the chat. Aziza, we're missing you here today. Your painting is about to be sold on the auction. $700 bid right now. Pretty good number. Okay, Roman, where have you been?
In Kiev.
Been, but today. Okay, where have you been today?
Ah. Shit.
Oh, by the way, we have the new bid. Aussie Bean Chicken, $750. Willow Run. Do you have only 4 minutes left to place a bigger bid? Sorry, Roman, I need to interrupt you here because we want to get as much money for the painting as possible, right? So Willow Run, if you're there, place the new bid. Okay, I shut up about this. Where have you been today, Roman? I will repeat the question.
Excuse me. I was just in few places here and there, and again.
Okay.
Just like
So nothing that you can share in public today, right? Today's meetings, I mean.
yeah, actually, it's this is the time where I can share only just a bit, some kind of like maybe talking into Cambridge University or in some club in London, like in private club. But most of talking was like behind the doors, and it's like a invisible job, and I can only share results when it becomes like when it realized. But mostly it's man, it's hard work actually. I believe online job has the benefits, like it's way difficult to be in person. From one side, it's way better because you can impact people more with your energy when you had this energy. But mostly this is goddamn hard. Mm. I know you asked me a question and I just start talking something like this because I'm a bit of tired of English speaking, to be honest, this 4 or 5 days because it was like a lot. And with the U and rollers, it's a bit easier because we can do more joking or wordplay or just having more fun. But what I'm doing now is a bit more serious and not so relaxed here on the stream.
Mhm. Okay.
So maybe if rollers or you have some more precise, more than like where have you been, you know?
Yeah,
It would be
understandable.
yeah.
So, guys, ask Roman questions, please. I will think of mine too.
What is this on the background in the stream? It's Yaroslav Facebook or the YouTube page,
YouTube.
right?
Savage
Yes.
Sage. His YouTube is.
Maybe you can, while rollers preparing question, maybe you can share a bit about Yaroslav because he has cool hoodie and nice lights in his room.
Maybe Yaroslav shares that info himself. What about? What do you think, Yaroslav? Is it okay if you introduce yourself to Roman?
Just a bit.
Yeah, I grew up in Chernihiv, lived in Kiev, now living in the United States. I have a YouTube channel primarily debunking Moscovian myth. It's the first channel actually that speaks to English audience about how Moscow Empire appropriated Russian identity.
Whoa.
And first channel speaks about and proves legally the genocide of Ukrainian nation. Yeah. So trying to do my my drop in the ocean, so to speak, for the victory.
Well played. It's damn. I believe it's difficult yet so important job because like hater, you have a lot of haters, Russian haters, right?
Tons. I have a Ukrainian channel too in Moscovian language, where also one of the first channels who comprehensively put their history together on facts and evidence, and how like Rus was the source you look at Rus is Ukrainian land, Kiev, Chernihiv, Pereyaslav. They have nothing to do with it. They're just a colony of Kiev. They were a colony of Kiev, the colony that went rogue. Yeah. So
wow.
that's that. How about you?
Cool. That's actually cool. I would like to watch your videos about it because I knew our history, but in English language it would be all right for me to learn more, like how to send this message to foreigners. Yeah, so I believe there is somewhere, or Rick will send me, right, Rick?
Yeah, I can send you a couple of them right now, for example.
This is very important because I realized from even recent conversation that sometimes you need to say at least some obvious facts to foreigners, to Westerns, and they something like, "Oh my God, I never thought about it," or "Oh my God, I thought it's opposite," or like for us, it's even some simple things become such a discovery for Western supporters. So at this point,
it's even the case for Ukrainians as well. I don't like how Ukrainians call them Rusnya, or God forbid, Rusich, Rusak. Anything that has to do with the root word Rus. It's a stolen, appropriated name from us. Our ancestors probably I don't know, Roman, about your ethnicity, but my ancestors, Yaroslav ethnicities. If you're Ukrainian, probably your great parents they were identifying themselves as Rusin, stemming from Rus. Ivan Franko called himself Rusin, and there are still Rusins in the Transcarpathia region too. So Rusin and Ukrainians one and the same. It's the same ethnicity, the same. So yeah, what about you? Could you tell
Yeah,
more about your background?
yeah, just talking a bit about this, some obvious thing. I just catch myself that I also call them Rusaki. Yeah, after one assault when we like eliminated a lot of them. I just walking around and said Rusaki заховали голову в пісок, because some of they translates like
Yeah.
hide they head in the soil because of some there was headless decapitate. So and at this point, even now, I said to my family, okay, I'm about to go into Europe, and my younger sister Lila, she said, Roman, we are already in Europe, and I was just like, yeah, oh, yes, I know, but
Yeah.
it means we all of us need to learn more and be very precise about this
Labels, language. Yeah,
yes, definition, labels, language.
I think. Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
that's me personally. I personally try not to call them Russians and stuff like that. But everybody does their own thing, and especially Sternenko. He already trademarked Russaris. I hate that name. I'm like Moskaleris or something like this. Our ancestors created great labels. Moskali. Well, it's just brilliant. Just use that.
Yeah, you see, the problem with that is it's not only Muscovites there. There are different nationalities.
That's true. That's the difficulty of it, right?
Yeah.
It's not. It's Burats and Chechens and whatever.
Tatars. Yeah.
Yeah. So sometimes calling them with the epithet, pragmatic, Russkie. How do you call it? Off Russian. Like English doesn't even translate. But yeah.
Yeah, off Russian, something like this.
Off Russian, yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, quickly interrupt you, but we go back to this topic. Willow Tree won the painting for $800. Willow Tree, I ask you to send the donation to my PayPal as maybe not as fast as possible, but tonight, so we reach the goal thanks to that donation too. Okay, thank you. And congratulations to you. $20 donation from Kathy S. Machin, Keith, and Melissa. One ticket to me, one for James Y. Ukraine. Thank you very much for that. So, guys, that I want to get back to the topic. So, calling them Russians is, yeah, it's off Russia. It's how they call themselves. They say "Ruskiye," and that is, or "Ruski," and it's like, yeah, it's like
adjective.
Yeah, adjective. Yes, yeah. It's like calling a thing. So they call themselves like these things. I don't know. It feels like I interrupted you there, by the way.
No. And I'm still curious to hear about Roma background, Roman.
Yeah, it's like, okay, background of what? The Revolution of Dignity of 2013 and 14. Then Azov Battalion in 2015, and then full-scale invasion from beginning, like almost a year and a half in front line, and then almost 2 years in the hospitals after multiple traumatic brain injuries and concussion after mission, and half like half year ago or half year ago, 6 months ago. No, half year ago. It's correct, right?
Yeah, half a year ago.
Yeah, half. It's like half century. Half year ago, I was released from military because they can't fix this invisible damage and brain damages, and so right now I just I don't know. I used to do a lot of like interview and videos from trenches for foreigners and Ukrainians, and actually thinking about to go to US maybe this year as well, just to do some screening of the movie, because your US, you have Scripps News, they films documentary about like my war and hospital time. It's half from my GoPro and half interview, and I wanna share it more to people and do some Q&A session and do some fundraising, talk to people, so stuff like that. Yeah, and now I'm in London just to do some fun, to find some investors for my combat fellows, and not only for them who doing like frontline high technologies with drones and land robotic systems, because they are one of the best in Ukraine, and it means in the world as well. So and of course, beside that, just talking with people more, as not as politician, but as a soldier who've been on war. Yeah, that's all.
It's quite a rich background, especially Azov regiment and stuff like that. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. But what Yaroslav, what do you think about American citizen? Are they ready to hear about something else, or they have like enough problems in their own country, and they have no time or resources to accept anything else? Like,
Did you hear that recent Kennedy Jr.? He said he was sniffing cocaine off the toilet seat. The Minister of Health of United States. He gave an interview where he was sharing how he overcame cocaine addiction. And as part of that conversation, he's like, "I'm not afraid of germs. I was sniffing cocaine off the toilet seat." So I think this is just brilliantly illustrates United States. They just, figuratively speaking, they're busy sniffing cocaine off the toilet seat. They're busy with their problems, and as you know, Moscovian propaganda has influenced them heavily in there, and they were not prepared, and they're still not aware that they've been already under informational attack for a decade at least. Yeah, they're focusing on themselves, and I have friends in both camps, avid Trump supporters and avid Trump haters, and I don't see any way of them coming to terms or coming to respect each other anytime soon. Funny enough, the Epstein files is like, it's like a joke. It's getting Americans together, uniting them, because the both camps hate those vile pedos associated with Epstein. So I think, yeah. So unfortunately, we have what we have.
yeah, but you know, Yaroslav and all the guys, Rick as well. That's it. Also, actually, I had some view, for example, for Great Britain, that they are our great ally and help a lot and carry a lot. But when I came here and talked to different kind of people, I just had this picture now that all the people had their own problems, and while war it's not on their land, generally, I won't say exactly, but in general, like society don't care at all about what's going on in neighbor countries.
As,
So
as I
America
mentioned,
far away from any.
yeah,
It's obviously yeah. Sorry.
yeah,
First,
Sorry, guys, I'm not involved in the conversation right now. Willow Tree wrote in the chat, Rick, I don't have PayPal for the painting. Can I use my credit card? Give me directions in my email. Ooh, this is a bit, I would say, a bit problematic, if I may say so. So, what now that means, Willow Tree? There is an option to donate. I'm not sure if it's gonna work for you, but you gotta try. If not to PayPal, you can use your credit card through Monobank's base, and there, unfortunately, I'll ask you to probably also add 9% because usually people donate for paintings through PayPal, and I don't pay any commissions, anything there. This is why PayPal is preferable. No tax, no commission is needed. I donate all the sum of money that I receive, and if you donate to the base, I pay 3% fee and then 6% tax. So if you want this to make this $800 donation, you will have to add 9%. I hope it's okay with you, but yeah, that's how all of this works. So let me see how much is that. Oh, that's $872. Extra 9% is 72 additional bucks. Is there any chance to work out some PayPal? Maybe some of your family members have PayPal and you can send money to them or friends, and they will send it to my PayPal. So you won't pay more and it will be less complicated. Also, yeah, all 800 would end up there. So please let me know how it will be comfortable for you. Sorry, just rarely I deal with donations for paintings not through PayPal. This is why it may be a bit too complicated, both for you, mostly for you, not for me. Sorry. Okay, so we had one more donation that I want to mention. I think I mentioned Kathy's $20, right? Mentioned Keith and Melissa, one ticket to me and one for James Y. Ukraine. If not, here I did it once again, or for the first time. $180 donation from Average Ogre. Ogre sent some support and tags 10 more rollers. Thanks to Roman and Yaroslav. Lots of love to the rollers. Slava Ukraini. Героям слава. Thank you, Average Ogre. So, guys, with that, we still have to raise $1,646.68. I didn't used to have PayPal. Then I got the app. Yeah, it's possible to register on PayPal, as Cheryl says. Okay. Roman, so you discovered that people in UK live like they have their own problems, and even though UK is one of our biggest allies, it is not that simple with the citizens, right? So
exactly.
what do you think? You see, I thought I had the question here, but maybe this was the question. Basically, just asking you to confirm what you said before. Sorry, I'm probably not good today, not in a good shape, and a bit tired. So, not being the best host, you see, that comes for all of us. But I have great guests and a great community, so that is helpful. That helps me to keep going and keep raising funds and having interesting conversations. So, guys, did you have some questions to Roman and
Or Yaroslav?
And Yaroslav? You see. So, how to call them instead? Moskals, Muscovites. That's the question from Miriam S. Moskals, Muscovites. I think Yaroslav prefers Muscovites, right, Yaroslav?
Yeah, it's a tricky, not a tricky, it's difficult question. Muscovites is their original self name, but because empire consists of many ethnicities, calling them Muscovites isn't entirely correct. So maybe serfs of the Moscow serfs. It's an interesting question to contemplate. Maybe we can brainstorm some ideas how we can call them.
You mean like slaves? By serfs?
Serfs, yeah, kripaki, serfs.
So serfs.
Moscow serfs, empires serfs, servants of the empire.
Oh, you see, it's harder to say.
It's
I mean, to
hard, yeah.
pronounce. Moscow serfs. Much easier to call them Moskals or Katsaps. By the way, what about the word Katsap?
It's also a historic one that our ancestors used. I think this is like 200 years old at least. I've met this word in old documents.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it stems from the Turkish kasap, to butcher, misnik.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So here, guys, we have the perfect word. Katsap.
Yeah. Our ancestors already had some good labels for them. So
Yeah.
kasap is definitely a good one.
Moondog. Yeah. Yaroslav?
The other thing, when somebody says Russophobe, it's also a little, if we divide this word into like, phobe is fear. Russo is what our ancestors, Rus. If I'm a Russophobe, that means I'm afraid of like the Rus of Yaroslav the Great, Vladimir the Yaroslav the Wise, Vladimir the Great, right? They were the rulers of Rus. Do I fear my ancestors? It's the same as like for Italian to say Romophobe. So you see, afraid of Rome, Roman Empire phobe, right? Roman Republic phobe. It's this verbal trickery, and I personally think we fell into the trap that Muscovites made for us by appropriating our identity, and then we Russians, Ukrainians later agreed with that appropriation, that theft, by calling, whenever we call them with that stolen identity, we acknowledge their theft, we legitimize them. And yeah, I think in 10, 20 years, maybe it will be much more common knowledge.
We'll see.
A lot of things to do about all this terminology, which is goddamn important.
Sometimes we don't.
Well, we can call them Katsap and Moskan. I was thinking about Russophobe. We can call them Moskanaft. Moskanaft. Naft means nausea, disgust. So I'm a Moskanaft. I'm someone who is disgusted by Minsk, sort of thing. not a Russophobe. I'm not afraid of my ancestors. It's,
Yeah, it's just depict all the strongness of Russian propaganda, right? Even such guys, pro-Ukrainian guys as Sternenko made such like big mistake, historical mistake, even though he's active participant in Revolution of Dignity, in collecting money, and like activist, and even
yeah.
such people fortunately live in some, how to say, ignorance.
Yeah, and you know what triggers me most is like make Russia small again. No, make Muscovy small again. It's not Russia. You know, the truth
I
travels slowly.
I just believe you see you've noticed, I believe all of you friends, that especially during from the beginning of full-scale invasion, we searching this terminology for our enemy. It's like we try to remember in our sleeping mind how to call them properly, because we call them orcs, we call them bastards, we call them pidars, we call them rusak, we call them katsap. We it's like, for me, while observing this process, we try to remember and find the right definition for ancient enemy names who was in disguise union, and during this independence time from 1 till 2014, right? Also took some times for us to just clarify this definition. What do you think about this theory?
Yeah, I think it comes slowly, and the truth's coming back slowly.
I hope it comes back completely, because
Yeah.
the more time passes, the less right terminology remains, right? And Russians keep winning the space, in my opinion, with their propaganda. I mean, the space around the world. They
Yeah, I
taught the
think it all
world.
starts also on individual level.
Yeah.
We all can make a not a commitment, not a vow, but basically we all can try and use different new terminology, and slowly it will become contagious and overcome. It just starts with starts on the individual
Mm.
level, I think.
Yeah, and actually, I think all three of us, we have a bigger responsibility in this regard. We talk to public, to people around the world, and if we will use the right terminology, we could influence more people and change that.
Yeah.
So, I will try to use less Russians and more Katsaps in the future, definitely, because
Yeah.
that would be a more appropriate term for them.
And it's historic accurate. I mean, Muscovites. Katsap is also historically accurate.
Yeah. Tune says, I hope we don't need to call Katsaps anything because there will be no one there. Tune, if only it was that simple.
That's the good dream.
Yeah. It's some utopia not having Katsaps there, to not need calling them. But they actually, they're not only in Russia. Go to Europe. You will see them everywhere in Germany, Cyprus, and many other countries. Maybe it's not that many of them in Norway. Lucky you, Tune, not having that many of them in Norway. But there are many other European countries that have shitloads of them. They're everywhere. By the way, Roman, you can we talk about your travel? in summer, and you're also seeing Russians around, is it okay, or you don't want to talk about that? I said Russians, Katsaps. You see, it sits deep in my brain.
Yeah.
Takes time.
No, actually, it's a bit triggering topic. It's ups around the world. So maybe if we're really gonna start falling asleep, yeah, let's do this. Like like a last hope for waking us up and getting angry again. But now we have more.
Okay. Shit, when I speak, your mic gets silent. But now Roman, please finish. But now you said. I did not hear the last part of the sentence. You said, but now we have.
More pleasant topics, I believe.
Okay, now I heard it.
Rick, Roman, I want to play a little mind game. Can we try and contemplate and project what's going to happen by the end of this year? And then let's project further into the future what could happen. For example, do we have like 5 minutes for that, Rick?
Of course, we have all night. We still need to raise
So
$1,646. Let's go.
Let's brainstorm. We know that Moscovian economy is doing poor and it has no signs of recovery. We know the trajectory. It's getting downhill, right? So by the end of 2026, its economy is going to be even worse. That's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
How would the war actually end? Would it end like in the hindsight? It's so easy to understand that the counteroffensive of Ukrainian would have failed. That anyway. Let's imagine that their forces, and if Magyar tactic works, if Ukrainians flatline more of them that they are recruited. If more of them are flatlined than recruited, then their army slowly starts to diminish. Their morale starts being low, and at one point they will stop advancing because they will have no resource to advance if nothing is changed, right? And at that point, when they stop advancing, the missiles can still be fired. But at some point, their economy is not going to work that well, even to produce missiles. So it seems like if nothing's changing, the war is heading towards a slowdown within approximately 2 years. What do you guys think?
Roman, you go first.
How dare you?
Oh, I dare.
Okay, Rick. I thought about their economy. It's really, I agree that you said it's getting worse. But I just talked to some people here with economists, and we discussed some topics about Russian oligarchs, that they had a lot of billionaires there in Russia. And from this point, they have some reserves, like they still have ability to kill these billionaires or take their money, or both kill and take their money, and keep on funding what they doing, like the warfare. Of course, sooner or later, it will lead to some maybe protest, because as we know, oligarch, it's a bit more influentive part of people than just regular slaves in Russia, because they have their own gang and stuff like that. But still, if they start doing such things, I believe they will have money for longer than just 2026 to maintain war. But from the other side, I really it could, when Russians stop advancing and just front line would be frozen, let's imagine such scenario, it still will be bad, because it could be like frozen conflict, like the years 2016 to 2022 in Ukraine, like just frozen front line where attacking not so like advancing, when soldiers still killed each other, but nothing extraordinary, if you will, nothing extraordinary would happen there. And I believe it's also very dangerous for us, because society, international society, stop being really boring at this point, because everything gonna be so slow, and nobody will care about war anymore, because they will call it just some frozen situation, or maybe some another name they will create for that, like maybe they will call it Ukrainian winter. They like to invent such name for such event. I just really hope that they will start killing each other in their territory. That would be amazing, and their troops also will go in to defend some clans, some gangs. Like demo version was when Wagner's Prigozhin troop like turn around and start going to Moscow. So I believe some oligarch start saying something like 53rd army, like Russian's army, come and save me my money. Let's go to Moscow, or stuff like that. And other different dudes will call the army, if they can, of course, because I don't have this information. But if they could, something could do it. But mind game, not my strongest side right now. I just so slow.
Yeah, I agree with you. They're gonna start civil war. That seems completely inevitable.
Yeah.
Guys.
But the only, sorry, Rick, but the
No.
only thing that I hope Europe won't send some Peace Corps to Russia, just to stop civil war, and said, guys, you need to live in peace, not kill each other. Because for many Europeans, it's still needed that Russia still be as a country. What do you think? What do you say, Rick?
I just want to say that I hear a lot people saying the civil war in Russia is inevitable, and sometimes, like, okay, in their history, it happened how many times? One, right? In 1917, or was it? Yeah, 1917. So everyone say like it's inevitable, and I have doubt. I believe, on one hand, I believe that, but on the other hand, like I don't really believe in this, even though it seems logical, right? But Prigozhin was a leader, and he actually made himself a leader thanks to publicity, and this is the only way to make yourself a leader. In Russia, they suppressed all the leaders, and there are no figures who openly like making themselves glory. And I think Kremlin worked a lot on that too. They worked a lot to not let any other leaders arise. So, how the hell without the leaders you think those will be starting a civil war? Maybe they will appear, but do they appear so quickly? Like, can we see those leaders arise in the next 2 years? I think Prigozhin was getting his popularity. He was lucky to, have Wagner like long before 2022. And they were famous in Africa, they were famous in Syria, they were like making that glory for themselves. Do we have any other like private military companies or military organizations in Russia that can take Wagner's place? Maybe we'll see some of them rising, but at this point, I don't see any potential.
We
for
have
them.
RDK. That's certainly going to be one side of that war.
Yeah, but RDK is here. We need some force inside the Russian army that will be turning guns to Moscow. Like RDK is gonna be able to step into Russia and march to Moscow only
When the war
after,
ends.
yeah, or at least some civil war begins already. So they won't start this war. They're not capable. They don't have enough forces.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's going to be one side. If the civil war will occur, RDK is going to play one side, pro-democratic side probably. And I think maybe on the other side, someone like Strelkov, who is in prison now, he could just go out and rally people around him. So like Putin was inefficient, I'll build a better empire. And
Yeah.
there we go, already 2 camps.
Strelkov, actually, thank you for reminding me about him. He's still alive, and
Yeah.
I don't know why Putin and Kremlin still keep him alive. He is popular. He's one of those who can indeed lead some of the Russian
Yeah, they
forces.
killed Navalny, but didn't kill Strelkov.
Yeah,
That's
that is.
while Strelkov clearly poses more danger, I think. And Navalny is political impotent.
Yeah. Roman.
Yeah.
How are you? Perfect.
Oh, it's just weather change here so fast, man.
Oh yeah.
My head's just.
It's worse than here.
Yeah. Yes, it's a few times per day. It's like sun, rain, cloud. So it's even for normal people, it's a bit crazy tempo. Yeah. But
Well, it's understandable.
Thanks, guys,
yeah.
for the stream and for the chat. I'll be hopping off.
Thank you, Yaroslav, for joining
Yeah.
us today. It's always interesting talking to you. I hope you also enjoyed the conversations here today. And
Likewise.
thank you
Yeah.
for this mind game in the end. It was interesting.
Yeah. Something I ponder about. My next episode is going to be about this. So,
Okay.
contemplating how the future is going to turn out.
Okay.
Well,
guys, go check out Yaroslav's last video about the similarity between the war for independence in the United States and our current war and how they are very much alike. Yeah, his channel, by the way, is in the name of this stream. Oh, I actually need to remake it so you can click on his name. But Yaroslav, thank you for what you do on your channel. Thank you for well, showing people the history and actually explaining how Katsabs create the myths and debunking them. That's important. So, guys, I will work on making Yaroslav's channel clickable. It's Savage Sage. and you will be able to go and subscribe if you haven't yet. But I know a lot of rollers already subscribed, so but I'm sure you will get some new subscribers. Sorry, Yaroslav, for the long goodbye. Have a have a good rest of your
thank
day.
you, Yaroslav, too, and thank you, Roman, for your service. And I'll see you soon.
Yeah.
See you, man.
Peace.
Have a good
Peace
day.
through strength.
Yeah, live long and prosper. Okay, Roman, me and you left. A long time we haven't had just two of us raising the remaining sum of money. Long time?
What? So it's pretty late, so
It's time for you to go to sleep, right? Just wanted to say that there are good news. $1,000 donation from Aussie Bin Chicken arrived.
Oh my god, Ozzy. Do you know he recently, right?
Do you know what?
He has a birthday recently, I believe.
Ooh, wait, already had or will have a birthday?
I believe had.
Oh shit!
I thought it
Did I miss it?
was, sorry. Because with Lila we shoot the video for him, and Lila already on her way home.
Okay, Ozzy, then thank you so much for all the huge support and happy birthday. Happy belated birthday. I apologize that I did not give you a congratulations.
Sorry, Ozzy,
if I what?
What? What someone can sleep online. It never happened before. Talking about Roman sleep online. I don't recall such things at all.
Yeah, never happened. Never happened.
It seems like, yeah.
Rollers. So the last $646.68 left to raise, and the patch we have on the raffle this week is from the first first Company of the Air support of the first separate assault regiment Da Vinci. Roman, did you see this one before? I should ask for one more for you then, because we helped these guys 2 times, you and me. With first time with NAFA truck, second time with Car for Ukraine. The guys who were putting the land robot on the truck, it's their patch. Remember? Yeah.
Yes, I remember.
It's them. So you will get one like this. I'll ask them to send one more for you.
Okay, I'll pass in the chat though.
I'll what?
I'll put ++ in the chat.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. No, that comes for free. But just a formality. Yeah, you see, guys, Roman gave up the ++. He gets a free patch, not even a free ticket. That's the privilege being a Roman. Is there any other Romans in the chat?
Or is there other privilege?
Privileged in the chat, guys. Roman, what about the students there in Cambridge? You told me you met some inspiring Ukrainians.
Yeah.
Who are those guys? If you maybe tell us about some of them in particular, where they come from, what they study for. Who are they?
Actually, it's a not so small group of students studying in Cambridge from Ukraine, but I've met maybe 10 of them from different places, from Uh, I already told you, I believe, from this Donetsk region. I
Horlivka, you
forget the
told
city,
me.
but it's already under occupation.
Yeah.
Uh, some from Mariupol, some and one girl from Crimea. Uh, yeah, so they are amazing students who are, struggling for, not struggling, who desire for knowledge and who study well.
Mhm.
And I don't know, I like them so much because in general, I'm not appreciate Ukrainian abroad, Ukrainians abroad.
Mhm.
Like before, I don't know the story. I felt skeptical about them. But here, Ukrainian speaking and English speaking Ukrainian young students, 18, 20 years old, uh, who organizing a lot of things in a lot of events in Cambridge, and not only for some tiny Ukrainian community, but to different students, to professors. They do some rally on the street of Cambridge. This is cozy, um,
Hmm.
little city, so beautiful. It's like in American movies about universities. And this is like, oh fuck, this is so good. I don't know, man. I felt so inspired. You can really study there. Like you want to study something when when you in such places. It's so inspiring.
Mhm.
It's fuck. Uh, Goddamn. And yeah, so we fuck my brain stop. Uh, so yeah, I met these amazing Ukrainian students there who study, and one of them study how to, як сказати, відрощувати кінцівки.
Basically, grow limbs.
Yes, one of them, like real smart dude, like bit boring, but smart dude who study how to grow limbs back. mm, Like from his prediction in 10, 15 years, it would be possible to grow even
Mhm.
forearm, even like in flesh or something like that. He doing it to to help Ukrainian injured people
Mhm.
to back the part of the body again, but not only for Ukrainian, because it would be some progress. So being among the students, it's like you talking with the people who think about future, like
Mhm.
50 years ahead. This is so damn interesting, and you see these people, they are like 20 years old, right?
Mhm.
And it's incredible because from my perspective, most of the 20 years old people, they think about how to get drunk or go in some party or just get some troubles, like no something, right? It's
Yeah.
it's not. This is from my observation. It's okay. I was such guy as well in my 20 years, but like thinking about one girl who is from Crimea. Uh, yeah, yeah, she doing some law, and she wants to fight for human rights, of course, because so, and another person, two twins girls, so they are so cool. They learn psychology and psychiatry, and I believe this is something that critical situation in their own lives push
Mhm.
them to do this world, to make this world a little bit better place,
Mhm.
because human rights, psychology, healing, or body resurrection, like part of body resurrection, everything that brings the war brings to us such troubles, right?
Mm-hmm.
So these people dedicate their life to solve it. Uh, that's inspiring. That's inspiring for sure.
Yeah, and indeed, like I listen to this and I think, damn it, it seems I'm already not one of them, not that young man. I don't like, I don't have such um like vision as they have, like what will they will do in 20, 30, 50 years. It's already like, fuck, we need to just hold on for another 2 years, right? It's like one more year, yes, we're alive, it's so cool. It is so different.
Oh, Aziza here in the chat, she
Hmm.
asked, is she Crimean Tatar? Yes, Aziza, actually, when she subscribed on my Instagram, we see that we both follow you on Instagram. So she said that she don't know you personally, but she subscribe. She's your subscriber. I could send you her link, her name. It would be cool because I talk with her about you. Yeah.
Yeah, Aziza says, oh wow. Yeah, that's really cool.
Just remind me on Instagram because I could forget about it tomorrow.
Hmm.
Uh, so better write me text me something. Not messages in my direct right now, so I can read it.
Please do, Aziza. We got one more donation, 15 Canadian dollars from Julia Fira. One more ticket, please. Thank you, Julia. So, guys, we still need to raise $635.71, and we're crawling in the last hour. So, please, guys, if you have been here today or maybe just joined the stream and haven't donated yet, do this. Any sum you can. $5, $2, $1, $10, $50, anything. And if you donate 10, you can get one ticket for this patch that we have on the raffle this week. If you donate more, obviously $20 for 2 tickets, and so on. So keep donating. This one is unique, and it should be an additional motivation for the donation. But guys, I remind you that this week we're raising funds for car parts for the 4th Brigade. The request comes from Serhiy Volosovets, the actor and the sergeant of that brigade. You all know him. And there's also a new big fundraiser for a car for the reconnaissance battalion, separate reconnaissance battalion that is, I don't think I can tell you the number. Those guys from GUR are usually like, don't say anything about us. We are super secret. Okay, at least. At least that they are reconnaissance guys. 5 gifted memberships from Big Show Down Under. Thank you very much for that. And there was more. Also 5 from Levy that I did not thank him for. Never gonna let you down. Donna just donated 500 hryvnias. Thank you, Donna. Your donation
Thank you, Dan.
is counted in. Awesome. I actually have the exchange rate. I can easily count that. 500 divided by 43.2. That's $11.57. I'm actually decreasing the goal for that sum of money. Let me tell you, 11.57. Awesome. So $624.14 left to raise, guys. Keep donating. Follow Donna's lead, please. And okay, yeah, guys. Remember, I told you what? I told you that today would be awesome to get 300 gifted memberships to get to the average income on YouTube. So that is 145 left. If anyone can try to buy more, I would be grateful. Thank you. I'm very sad. My mom died on Wednesday. Just me left on the farm. Very sorry to hear that. Big show down under. I'm very sorry. How old was her? Was she? How do you say it in English? By the way, Aziza said to you, Roman. Let's see. Oh, wow. Yes, I've read this one before. She said, Tunet, thank you. It's the flag of Tunet, Crimean Tatar flag that I finally asked Aziza to sign today. I did not forget. And she signed it for Tunet. I think Tunet may be talking about that. 84. Wow. 84 years old. When I hear like 70, 80 years old, I'm thinking, wow, those people are lucky to live such a long life. So many people here don't have that luxury. Sorry, I'm not trying to say that like it is. But yeah, it's just what comes to my mind. I feel like those people are lucky, and I'm happy that your mother was lucky to live up to 84 years old. Rick, how old was she? That's how you say it. Would be the proper way, but careful about asking women's age. Some get touchy, and that even in death. I am.
What? Really?
Or even in death, you mean?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
something I never heard that people said, how dare you ask, like, how old was my mom when she passed away? You can't ask a girl about her age. Oh, no, I mean, it sounds senseless.
Yeah. I think Saint fuck off just wanted maybe to make some age joke, or maybe even like sexist joke. Saint fuck off. Not sure. Yeah, not sure. It's just it's just the second time I noticed something like this from Saint fuck off today. This is why I'm thinking maybe there's a pattern there. Not sexist. Okay, good to know. But usually, lately I'm like, okay, I'm also sometimes on Freyazo when I meet new people. Sometimes I tell them sorry for this. Like, what kind of question do I usually say? Maybe direct. Yeah, I say sorry for this direct question. But how old are you? And I don't. Yeah, I don't like this superstition, or maybe like when I don't even like when women don't like to say their age. What the fuck? What's the problem with that? Age is just age. It doesn't mean much, in my opinion. So this is old thing, outdated, in my opinion. Yeah, people should not really get should not really think about their age. The most important thing is how they feel inside. This leaves them the opportunity to say their age, their real age, without this second thought. What do you think, Roman? If you're still want to talk about this topic.
No.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. So, Roman, what do you think? How tired are you? Would you? Because I don't want to torture you. I know that you have a lot of things to do there, and you told me yesterday that you come back home in the evening exhausted and just drop dead and sleep.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, whenever you feel like you're ready to just drop dead and sleep, let me know.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm tired, but I had a bit of energy for now.
Okay, good.
Uh, and I felt like this even though sometimes I have opportunity to sleep 1 or 2 hours
Mm,
at mid because I just sometimes have some rest and just fallen asleep somewhere else.
mm,
Somewhere else, somewhere on the couch or on the bed.
uh-huh.
Uh, another things. Actually, I have interesting discover about brain. Uh, I literally felt like brain finally just relax for a bit because in Ukraine it's always flex. It's always like a fist, before the hit. It's always under stress because of air alert, because of drones, because of
Mm,
even this. You can feel it in the ear, like you you can touch it. It's so solid because even when I cross the border to Poland, man, even though I don't like Poland at all, uh, but I was there just not for a long time. And after that, in UK, it felt so relaxed. So I believe it's one of the reasons why I sleep a lot as well, because brain can't believe that it finally can be relaxed and
mm,
not be, not waiting to be killed.
mm,
And sometimes I hear some loud sounds, but it's not air alert, it's not rockets, it's not drones. And I feel like whatever you can. It's like life is beautiful. Nobody wants to kill you. Undescribable
mm.
feeling of relaxation. Brain literally can totally be relaxed at all. Of course, there are airplanes here
Mhm.
flying around like no air defense here.
Yeah.
So it's so strange. All all the time I'm just like it's every 5 minutes it's airplane in
Damn.
the sky. And I just like all every time I hear the sound like is it ours or not? Sometimes I ask people. Sometimes on the meeting we talking there are sitting 10 or 15 people around some serious topic, and now this sound approach of this aircraft or airplane, and I just like, what the fuck, is this ours or not? And they like, it's just airplane. I say, yeah, it's just for you, just airplanes, you motherfucker. It's not just for Ukrainians. It could be deadly dangerous, could be, but this is so big gap between us, man.
Yeah.
Because my here is to describe the war for those who never been in war. And another challenge that everything moves so slow.
Mhm.
It's like everything's so polite, so gentle, so поміркований. How to say. От я це слово хочу сказати.
Let me use the translator.
Yeah, and I will read the chat. You take a nap, you can while you're away, Roman.
Moderate. Moderate.
More,
Mm.
yeah, everything's so moderate, so politically correct,
Hmm.
and uh, I I'm suited up and I'm calm on surface, like talking to them, but inside it's like volcano, because I felt like, dudes, wake fucking up. You help us. We will be involved in big war there. Uh, and even though you see a lot of this news spread so fast in Europe that an Ukrainian drone operator destroyed like few battalions of NATO troops. You hear about this news, right?
Yeah, yeah, of course.
Or but there are a lot of such examples now, and most of them not even in media, because my arms, they returns from Lithuania. Few of such like virtual war against NATO, and they say there was damn funny and easy. They capture all of their general as a prisoner and eliminate all the armored vehicles, and just for fun doing so, some, how to say, знущались.
Mocking?
Yeah, so they mock and them like with kids, it's like professional football player play against kids. It was, and even though Western understand that a lot, and still some part of them, they really have a lot of problem, as we're talking about, and most of them, of course, they high taxes. They have, in, as they say, innermostly taxes here in UK, compare even to European countries. Everything's here, and the immigration problem is so strong here as well, and politician, well, so politics thing, like politics afraid if they make decision to raise taxes or invest more in military, the votes, and they will lose next elections. And there's so big pressure for politicians from the population, from the society. Early
Electorate.
war. Yeah. Are you all right then? Because I felt like you want to go to sleep.
Yeah, I want to go to sleep, but I have work here to do. So do you. I mean, you do it with me. By the way, Roman, I have good news. Aussie Bin Chicken just donated $640 and got us to the goal. Thank you so
great.
much, Michael, for this donation.
Thank you.
So his last donation, 1,000, was this. I'll have 10 tickets, 20 tickets to James, remaining tickets to the Amazing Rollers. So that's how you got 70 tickets. And now, this time, Michael says, tickets to the Amazing Rollers. Sympathy to Big Show Down Under. Is he from Australia? Big Show Down Under. Is it Australia or New Zealand? I don't remember. Love Roman's jogging videos, sharing his thoughts and the beauty he sees around him. Go to sleep, guys. He told us. So, thank you so much, Michael, for this donation. It was 4 minutes ago. Now we just need to give these tickets to Rollers. So, Rollers, 64 tickets for you. You need to give pluses like crazy. Yourselves, please. Each of you who wants the ticket for this patch, give the plus to the chat right now. Come on. And Roman, that's not all. After that, we had a donation from Danielle just 1 minute ago. Thank you so much, Danielle. It's $100. She says, "Все буде Україна. I just got back from a fantastic Ukrainian poetry show with live music and various objects in a form of a play, translated in French by 3 young Ukrainian ladies. Very powerful and strong. Amazing. I thought of you guys and of Aziza. Aziza, I hope you're still in the chat. Danielle, thought of you there too. Thank you so much, Danielle. Thank you, Ozzy, for donating $1,640 tonight and helping us get to the goal much faster than it could be. Yeah, I could sit here
Thank
much
you.
longer because we don't have that many people on the stream today. A lot of people couldn't come today. I assume, and yeah, this is why. Thank you. You saved my ass from not sleeping tonight. So I'm gonna be sleeping. Okay, I will put your tickets into the spreadsheet. Wait, not to now. Just like this. Okay, I got it. Why it happened. Okay, 64 tickets. Wow, I was precise there. That's cool. 640. Okay, guys, your pluses will be worked on right now. I think. Yeah, Nikki is working on that. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you very much, Saint. Fuck off. It's the Said. It's you. Okay. The Said. I remember the Said. I just don't remember Saint. Fuck off. So you either changed the handle or maybe I didn't see it before. Thank you for that super chat that says the Said sends his best wishes to all of Ukraine. Thank you, the Said. So guys, we're gonna finish the stream soon. If there's any chance to buy more gifted memberships, because remember I said that goal of 300, 135 left. It can be a super chat or super sticker instead. Would be awesome to reach that. It is still not enough to reach the average income this month, but there are still 2 more streams next week. And why I say 2, I didn't tell you yet, my grandma and my aunt and a cousin visiting me in Kyiv on Thursday. So I'm not going to be streaming on Thursday. And obviously, as always, not on Friday and Saturday. So tomorrow, next week, it's going to be only 2 streams. It's going to be Thursday and Wednesday. I'm going to try to catch up on all those missing gifted memberships and super chats then. But for now, I ask you maybe for, if possible, 134 more, because David just bought 1. Thank you for that. And yeah, if you guys don't know why I say this, it's because this is my part of my salary. I'm not asking you to subscribe to my base and Donatello and what if those 2 don't work, then Patreon. Why? I don't know, because I just don't want to ask that too much. It's enough that I ask for gifted memberships and super chats. Yeah, if I would also be asking you for that, it feels like I ask for too much, okay? So, Leah, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Julia, for 5. And yeah, Nikki is working on the spreadsheet, giving pluses. I mean, you keep giving pluses, okay? I put Danielle's tickets into the spreadsheet. And I gotta do the bathroom break. So, Roman, microphone is yours. Microphone is yours. The chat is yours. The stream is yours.
And to who will talk, Aziza? What's
Is Aziza there?
Okay. Roller then. Yeah, if you had some short question about yeah, Elven Archer, you said you somewhere. Would be actually impossible to. Why not? If we just arrange this meeting in advance, because schedule is so tough. But for you, I'll find some time. Sure. Uh-huh. Rick's chair is empty. Yeah. How do you like British food? I find some good food. A lot of fast food, unfortunately, here. But I like British oatmeal. Nothing super special, like not best than Ukrainian, but I like Ukrainian oatmeal, so I like British oatmeal as well. And English breakfast, it's okay. Some eggs, some scramble, maybe some salmon or bacon. And they have amazing, delicious decaf coffee. So yeah, that's good. Fish and chips. Mm, I don't remember what kind of chips they put, but fish. No, it's fish. Fish pretty expensive here. I try to, if I pay for my food, I try not to pay a lot because some kind of fish, not so. It's pretty expensive here. Yeah. So what else? What else? Uh-huh. So if you don't have a question at all, we can stream, guys. Find some British curry. No, I can try British curry because I thought spicy. Spicy. I ate mostly salmon when I went to the UK. Oh, if you ate salmon, okay. Sometimes if you recommend some place with not so fancy but with food, because it's actually so many different kitchens here uh, in uh, in UK. So it's not so easy to find some real UK food like fries. No, I hate fries. Not it's very unhealthy, and but they try to put it everywhere. Damn, Roman, you make me hungry. Um, I think it's good. You deserve to. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And seriously, how is anyone supposed to stand to you without catching feelings? Catching feelings? What does it mean? A lot of flags, a lot of Ukrainian flags in Great Britain, especially in city center. Yeah, it's amazing, more than UK flags. But you see, I'm not right now. I'm not only delightful if I see Ukrainian flag on governmental building. Uh, I appreciate when I see the real help from the country, not just flags. Flags is important, of course, but we need more. In fact, let me order an order of fruit. Yeah, a lot of Indian food here. That's why it's challenging to find the real British food. You need to try proper afternoon tea with little sandwiches and scones with cream and jam. Yeah, but can you tell me where I can find a proper afternoon tea? Indian food is the best. Spicy though, kind of spicy. Okay, audio dropping out. You can't hear me. Riz would be Roman. Just reason you. Riz would be harmless with talking. Yeah, actually, something what surprised me a lot in Great Britain. People doing compliment for my outfit. Uh, I don't know, walking around in Ukraine being stuck always instead of free, only not in Friazov where I winter uniform, but in here I just suited up, three-piece suit and coat or fedora or stuff like that, and the people just approach on the street and like dudes and the girls, sometimes couples, and say like, "Man, nice style, dude, you look sharp." And I felt a bit strange because there are here a lot of stylish people, but still, I wasn't expected people find it something unregular, you know, when you like around them. But still, it's something different. So it's I was in this old British, an old London club where a lot of like pretty 60, 70, 80 years old gentlemen all suited up, and they just approached, looks sharp, nice suit, nice style. I was like, dude, you also wear a suit. All of you wear a suit. It's like, but it's something really interesting about London.
Huh. That's actually interesting.
Yeah.
Roman, just wanted to say, yeah, the sound really interrupted, but I could not understand if it's a connection or maybe it's the headphones. When you don't speak loudly, headphones tend to cut like noise cancel some of your words. So maybe that's what happened. But yeah, maybe if you disconnect them and do you use your laptop or phone right now?
Laptop.
Laptop. Well, it is better now. If it's gonna appear again, I will ask you to maybe try to
You
disconnect
see,
the headphones.
Rick, it's London, so internet not so good.
Yeah, but right now sound is good, so no problem.
In Kiev, internet is better.
Oh yeah, I heard a lot about that. We don't only have the best services, we also have the best internet in Ukraine, and internet is also a service, right? So it also counts.
Yeah.
So we have the update from Willow Run. He tried to donate both through Monobank and Donatello, and he did not succeed. So he said, give the painting to another roller, another bidder. So another bidder was Aussie Bin Chicken, and he already. Wait, I use that for the tickets. I usually don't, but he's given the tickets. It works that way. He already donated enough to cover the $800 for the painting. So Aussie, since you were the previous bidder and you already donated more than $800, I think you can take this painting and no additional payments needed. Guys, do you agree with me? Aussie Ben Chicken already donated $1,640 and he was placed in the previous bid. The previous bid was like $750 probably. I can go and check, by the way. So here's my offer. Aussie, if you're still listening, Michael, would you like to take the painting from the auction? Because I'm sorry to hear that, Willow Run, that you don't have PayPal and Monobank and Donatello did not work for you, and I really appreciate you giving the painting to the previous bidder. Dana is no Vodafone in UK. By the way, it's tonight's the night. Dana is again staying with us and refused to go to sleep. You see, Roman.
It's still 11:22, so it's not so late.
Yeah, of course, 11:22 in UK. Dana, are you also in UK or what?
Yeah, sitting next to me. Should I
Mhm.
show?
Yeah, do it.
Oh, come on. What about confidential?
Confidentiality.
Confident.
Of course. Don't show
So,
Dana. Perfect solution, Cheryl says. Yeah, I agree, Cheryl. So we just need to, yeah, OPSEC, operational security. So Michael, please let us know. I know that you're not chatting. I hope you're still listening. But if not, I will message. I was a been checking, like direct message him. Sorry for the yawning, guys. It's a late hour and what? And we better go to sleep soon. Only the last 20 tickets left to give to rollers, and we can do the raffle. You know what? To save us some time, I will make donations to Anton and Hostomel Shelter right now. Let's go. You see, guys.
man, it's good that we finish our campaign, like big campaign, before I come, because otherwise I wouldn't stay for so long with you till
Ah,
4. It's like really I spent all my energy, like invest all the energy to talking to people.
mhm.
Yeah,
It's
so calculate or what?
uh, yeah. Let me quickly calculate it. We're still waiting for Nikki given the remaining 18 tickets. She's doing it very fast, so it's going to be just like 1 or 2 minutes and she'll finish. And meanwhile, I'll quickly check if I have everything according to the spreadsheet. So on my PayPal, money will match with the spreadsheet. For that, I will need to withdraw 60 Canadian dollars that I have on my PayPal to my volunteer card. Okay, doing it now. Guys, give pluses. Keep doing that. Thank you. Okay, I've done that. Gonna check. I'm sorry for the yawning. Just. Oh, by the way, man, we had a ballistic and Shahed attack tonight, and I slept through it. I did not even wake up once. Like,
You know how we call such things.
how what?
You know how we call such things, such behavior.
How?
So disrespectful. So
So disrespectful.
they spend hundred of millions dollars, and Rick just sleep and don't give a shit about all the.
So
It's like
disrespectful to Katsabs, right?
yes, the the intention of this attack just to wake up Ukrainians and get them stressful and what just slip over and oh man,
What can I
so
say?
so nasty.
Dana says Russophobic behavior. Then she says, sorry, Moskonaftic behavior. Yeah, nice one. Rick gave a big middle finger to the Katsabs. In my sleep, I did not even wake up to do that. You see? No, I was just exhausted. That's probably it. I had a good day yesterday, though. A resting day. I was not even responding to anyone. There were messages coming from all over the place. I only responded to Roman yesterday, I guess. In the evening, like late in the evening. Yeah.
Are you? Yeah, maybe yes.
I did, yeah.
Indeed.
Priorities. Bless you.
Oh my God.
Don't you catch a flu there, young fella.
No, actually, it was cold here a bit, but all right.
By the way, thank you, Big Showdown Under, for 10 gifted memberships. Only 114 left. Yeah, I'm not getting that today. Okay.
No, maybe at least 14.
Maybe
Roller
at least
scan
14.
14 till the end of the stream.
Yeah, it would be good. Thank you, guys. Rick's Audacity. So automatic Rick gives the finger even in his sleep. Yeah. Sometimes I do.
Thank you, Elven Archer, for these advices about London. I did a screenshot from your messages, so first of all, I'll read them tomorrow. Yeah, because right now I won't remember all your advices about what to visit. And let me know if you're somewhere in London as well.
Okay. Cass, thank you very much for...
Oh, 5. So we only need 10, right?
9, even 9.
What 9? No? Not 10?
Not 10. David? That's it.
I thought you said 9, like a German.
Like German what? Ah, 9.
Like,
Like no. Okay, got it.
yeah.
Yeah. 9. Okay, so yeah, guys. Whatever. 109
Okay.
more on 9 more. Yeah. Okay, so Nikki finished with the spreadsheet with the free tickets. Thank you very much, Nikki, for that. So I will go do the raffle. Let's go, guys. You bought 478 tickets this week. 478. Let's go see. Okay. 478. So, Aussie Bin Chicken. Okay. Huh. Okay. We have a response from Aussie Bin Chicken, but I don't think I should say it publicly. He has an idea, but he says, okay with whatever you decide, and then there's an idea about the painting. Okay, we'll do that. Willow tree, Willow run. Wait, was it Willow? Are you still there in the chat? Willow tree 76. Please let me know if you're in the chat. I need you to contact me on Instagram. Can you do that? If you're still there, please do that. By the way, Aziza said that it is super warm in her bus right now. She's even hot there. I don't know. Is it good? Probably good. Hot is better than cold, right?
Depends.
Depends, but I don't think it's like plus 70 degrees Celsius hot in that bus. Or 50.
bus?
Huh?
Who's hot in the bus?
Aziz is hot in
Sure.
the bus.
Aziz is hot in the bus.
Yeah, driving back home to Odessa Oblast right now. They had some pretty serious air conditioning. She says absolutely. Yeah. I've been watching a Senegalese faith healer on the other channel. Stefan says. Stefan, where are you from? Are you first time here or what? What Senegalese healer you talking about? Okay, so friends, I'm gonna raffle this badass patch in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. I'm spinning the wheel, and it is making a irritating clicking sound, and it stops on number 32. Number 32 is the winning number today. Let's go see who that is. That's the first day of the week. Number 32. Yo, that Miriam S. That is Miriam S. Miriam, are you still in the chat? I have seen you here like, I don't know, half an hour ago you were still there. Or was it already 1.5 hours ago? Miriam, congratulations with winning the patch. That's the first victory of Miriam. Remember, guys, Miriam is Swiss living in Germany. Yeah, that's cool. Miriam, congratulations. Miriam donated $56.66 on Tuesday. Was it Tuesday? Yeah, I guess it was Tuesday. Or maybe no, it was already Wednesday because we raised only $250, $53 on Tuesday. So it was Wednesday. On Wednesday, she donated that and won the patch. Congratulations. She's in the chat. She says, wow. That's cool. Okay, last thing to do, donate the money to 2 initiatives. That's going to be quick, like 3 minutes, Roman, and we go to sleep finally. So, last thing, maybe you did not say today about your trip, something that you wanted to say but didn't say yet. Or about London. That is the capital.
What? You say something?
Yeah, I actually said that to you before.
Yeah, but it was freezing. I repeat, in UK,
Okay.
Ukraine,
The internet.
high
Okay.
technology, the best in Ukraine, my friend.
Yes.
Oh fuck, you're freezing again.
Yeah, you too. So, anything else you wanted to say us about London?
Connection fucked.
Okay. Roman, there is a possible solution. If you turn... Oh, wait, I can turn off my camera like this. It should be better. Check, check. Check, check. Okay. We see you now. You're not freezing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Roman. So my question was, maybe there's anything else you wanted to tell us about London that you liked or didn't like there? Did we lose him again?
Can you, what's happened to your camera? I don't know. Oh, I can also turn off my camera, right?
Yeah, you can. It may be better.
Yeah, Wizard. I plan to be at the Trafalgar Square. It will be 4th anniversary of fucking Full Scale.
Mm. So it is planned. An event is planned there.
I hope so, because actually it was on Saturday in Piccadilly Square. There was some protest for Ukraine.
Mhm.
So I'm not sure is there any anniversary for 24th of February, because Saturday was like holiday, like weekend, so people can gather together.
Mhm.
But I don't know about Tuesday. Wizard of Oz, can you do update and send Rick information, and Rick will send me, okay?
Okay. Good option.
Yeah.
Okay, I sent money to Anton already. Just $200 to Hostomel Shelter, and I will mention $20 to Anton. Tune, as always. Okay. That is almost done. Okay, Roman. So you will go to bed before midnight tonight. Just imagine.
But it's like a weather. It's like -1, but feels like -20. And right now it's almost midnight, but I feel like it's like 6 a.m.
But it's not because the stream was so long. It's just because you got tired today, right?
Both.
Both.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Um,
Hey, Dana, watch your next step very carefully after such messages in the chat, okay? Be very, very aware of your next move.
um, Miriam, good question. Thank you. Should I send you my details in mail, Rick? I have not much experience with winning anything. Yes, please use my email that I think I have it on my YouTube. In profile with all the links, there should be an email there. Email, please, your address to me, and I will send you the patch with maybe, probably some additions. So please message me. Hey, Anastasia. Hello. Get some good night's sleep, guys. Hugs. Wait, Anastasia, have you been here all this time? Just not chatting or what? Or just joined? Good to see you. Okay, last thing to do is show the screenshot to Rollers and go to bed, Rick. You know. Thank you guys. Thank you for this great stream. It was super chill today, I would say. I was mostly like tired, not very. I kind of talked for probably only like 30% of the stream tonight. Of course, I'm catching up on the second part here. Sorry. Probably also sorry, Roman, I'm talking too much. But maybe you're okay with that. I don't know.
Are you
Okay.
still here, Rick?
No, I'm already sleeping. I was actually
Oh.
working on showing the screenshot, and finally, here it is, guys. At 1:38, I donated to Anton $500 and $200 to Astamel Shelter at 1:39, just 3 minutes ago. Aziza, thank you for being with us here in the chat today. If not like this online, at least in the chat. Not all the time, and should have left way earlier. Must get up early tomorrow. Oh, today. Yeah, that was funny written. Roman, thank you very much for joining. Please have a good sleep tonight. And no airplanes above your head to wake you up.
You know, it's impossible.
To wake you up?
No airplanes.
Yeah.
I'm in peaceful country, so airplanes everywhere here.
Yeah.
And helicopters, man, helicopters. I dare say. All the time. Yeah, but for you, Rick, and all the Ukrainians, and all who in Ukraine, have a quiet night, friends.
Yep. Good night. Thank you, Rollers, for all the donations, all the love and support,
Yeah.
all the gifted memberships. Thank you. There was tons of them, even though I did not reach that goal. Whatever. Thank you so much for all the support that you've provided today. There was also Free Azov. Yeah, thank you. So, now I see you on Tuesday. It's going to be a coffee shop stream with Edward Matthews, your frenemy. Yes.
No, not him. Anybody, but not him.
It's not
Why?
only him. Not only him. Tanya will join.
Why you pick? You need to decide, Rick.
I need to decide either either him
No,
or
I don't.
me.
No, I don't. No, I don't want to say that. No, I don't want to say it.
Okay. Good night then.
All right.
Yes.
Bye bye.
Yeah. Live and prosper.
Bye bye.
Yeah, Rollers, and all of you. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Thank you for. Wait, what's going on? What's going on? Okay. Okay, it was just a comment to bring Roman back on the next stream. I'm doing this every stream. Roman is invited automatically. He's welcome here. Just as Aziza. Aziza, see you next week. Rollers, see you on Tuesday on the coffee shop stream, and Wednesday new stream. Then it's only Sunday, so next week not that many streams. We'll be spending some time with my relatives who come just for 2 days. I will have to wake up very early on Thursday, so yeah, probably Wednesday also. Gonna start a bit earlier, but fundraising goal is the same. We need to keep the productivity, keep raising funds, because it is crucial to provide that support. Thank you so much for always being there for our guys and always caring about them and providing them with that important equipment that comes from your donations. Thank you for all the amazing comments in the chat. Love you guys. Good night, prosper, and donate. They say it differently. Love you guys. And the sun will rise over the free Donbass and Crimea. Slava Ukraini. Love you guys. Героям слава.